everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we are not going to be writing any games. We're instead going to be going over a few of them. Yes, hello everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a nice day today. Welcome to the mythical case of Elder Era RPGs. Now what the fuck do I mean by Elder Era role-playing games? That seems really broad, Notepad, almost too broad. Well, there's a good reason for this. Elder Era's... Well, how do I want to break this down? Tabletop role-playing games are a bit weird. Not gonna lie. Sorry, everybody. I'm not going to lie to you or anybody else. Tabletop role-playing games usually fall into a few different, pretty universal settings. We would really like to believe we have everything, but truth be told, if we really look at the grand scheme of things, we have, now bear with me, the ye olden days of knights and dragons. We then have the 1920s, usually the 1990s, and then the 2090s. Those are pretty much the most, popular setting-wise areas in tabletop role-playing games. If we want to be perfectly frank with ourselves here, don't be like, oh, well, my favorite game is Pendragon. No. The basic idea is that we really don't see many different time zones represented in tabletop games. We see them, but not really all that commonly, especially in the more, quote, popular, end quote, games. But Elder Era takes place before this. GMT-3 is my favorite time zone. Exactly. Now, the big thing here, which is a little bit interesting, how do I want to word this properly? There's a lot of time before the medieval era. I hate to break it to everybody, but there were actually things happening before Knights and Dragons. There was actually quite a lot. Now, we might refer to this time as antiquity. Now, when people refer to things of antiquity, it was an ancient past, especially a period before the Middle Age. We usually refer to this even as ancient history. Kind of see there, it's, let me see if I can find a really good, image to kind of summarize everything. I know. Total War Rome, everybody. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about this era. We're talking about the Roman Empire. Oh boy, we love the Romans, Le Rome. But there were people before Rome. And roughly speaking, you have the ancient Greeks, for example. Well, we've got all these cool guys, all these cool men in skirts sprinting at one another. We all like the guys in skirts fighting with each other, usually half naked. All right, but there was things before this, even. Welcome to the Bronze Age. And this is where things start getting a little bit more hectic. Because when you refer to the Bronze Age, things start getting very... How do I want to word this kindly? Less precise. In the land of the Bronze, and pretty much everything before the ancient Greeks, what we would normally refer to them as the ancient Greeks, of Athens, of Sparta, and all that bullshit, you had the Bronze Age. You had pretty much an era of people where they were just manufacturing bronze. Bronze actually was one of the first major steps, you could say, in human development. Probably could say prehistory for anything Iron Age and before, but saying prehistory makes it sound like your game is about cavemen. Exactly. And you have this weird point during the Bronze Age is where you had people like the Mycenaeans, the Proto-Greeks, you had the Minoans, you had Babylon, you have a lot of things during this era, and we would traditionally refer to this somewhat as mythical age, a time before Well, time. Because we don't really know that much about the Bronze Age. That's kind of one of the funny things about it. We don't know much about the Mycenaeans. We don't really know much about the Minoans or the Trojans or anything like that. Well, all we really know about them is from what people wrote far, far later. Which I think is one of the major issues of setting games during this era, or setting games at all during this time. Generally speaking, you have, one, low information. It's just harder to actually find information about things. If you want to find something on the Bronze Age, you're going to have to read a textbook. You're going to have to read actual entire sections that aren't immediately, immediate and super fun or whatever. Because if I want to learn about ancient Greece, you can go to just about anything and find at least something on the ancient Greeks. You want to learn about the Bronze Age? Maybe not. That's going to be a lot more complicated. You can roughly go to about the ancient Greeks. But we would, kind of the Spartans. The ancient Spartans. You can roughly get to these guys before things start getting a lot more muddled. History gets merged with fact, fiction becomes reality, it becomes a lot more about the people involved. And mind you, this isn't even going over the fact of everyone that isn't the Greeks. Google mythology. One day when you're bored, Google mythology. Now I'm going to make a wild bet that a majority of your search results are actually going to be Greek in some way. It's not going to be Nordic mythology, it's not going to be anything else, it's going to be Greek mythology, because these guys wrote shit down. They recorded everything. And when people talk about recorded history, that's a fairly important thing to note. It's recorded. It was there. I jump scare. Just read Bronze Age Mindsets, been a historical guide to the era, and definitely not. Yeah, and you have this very strange situation where people just don't know about this era as much. And because people don't know about this era as much, people get a little bit wonky about it. But I would say that extends this idea of like low information. This inability to not necessarily like people are stupid, but just people really don't get like what I would like to refer to as like kind of like a common understanding until you get to Knights and Dragons and other bullshit. Why is this the case? We wrote things down. It's the medieval era has a lot more, people celebrate the medieval era a lot more. It's far more romantic than men in skirts killing each other. And when you say, oh, ancient Greece, I'm going to make a wild bet that the majority of you probably thought of 300 right away, or Troy. And honest to God, there just isn't a lot of information there. And the other big issue here, why I personally think we don't see a lot, what to do? What's 300? I can guarantee you've seen 300. This is 300. It was 2000s as fuck. About the Battle of Thermopylae. Not Thermopylae. The entire idea is 300 Spartans and they're stood against the entire Persian army. But what they don't tell you is 300 Spartans and like a couple thousand, other, pretty much auxiliary. And it's literally just Gerard Butler fighting people. It is literally 2 hours of just gratuitous violence. And it's great. It's amazing. It's absolutely Kino. But that's, I think, kind of falls into this. Like, what do we do exactly during this era? Because a lot of the time it was like, oh boy, agriculture. oh wow, we got to make sure the harvest comes in correctly. Oh boy. I was like 5. Oh my god, he's so young. Ugh. Why would you say that? It just makes us feel old. It's the only enjoyable film from Zack Snyder. He's not lying. But that kind of is what we have to work with when it comes to Elder eras. Anything that's not really recorded very well, things get a little bit more hectic. Now, the games we're going to be going over today, we got a few games we're going to be going over today. And the games are, I'm going to explain why each of them are on this list to a degree. Because I feel that's somewhat important. Come on, open up. There we go. I should have reset these. Welcome to, this is AGON, on Harper's AGON, which is explicitly about the ancient Greeks and their adventures in Greece. This is Bronze, about the Bronze Age. I know, very unique in that regard. This is the Centurion RPG. Now you may be wondering, no, Pat, that isn't really the Bronze Age. But bear with me. This is kind of the early Roman era. When a lot of people think of Rome, they're actually usually thinking of the Empire of Rome, Imperial Rome. Not really the Republic or anything before that. Mostly when it comes to the Punic Wars, people really think about when it was an empire, not necessarily its rather humble beginnings. But so Centurion kind of deals with that a little bit more, so I'm like, okay, that's a little bit fun to talk about. Ooh. This is the weird one. This is New Fire, or Temekahoptil, the Book of Dreams. This is explicitly not about the Greeks, not about the Romans or anyone in the Mediterranean. This is about Aztec mythology. Now, some of you, more astute or more learned individuals, may be thinking, Notepad, wasn't the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan literally built when Oxford was still around? And the answer is yes. This isn't, like, relatively speaking, when we think of, like, the Aztec people, they were relatively recent. Relatively speaking. I love planting corn. But I wanted to give an idea of, when we think of the Bronze Age, when we think a lot of, like, anything before, like, Rome, really, we're really stuck in the kind of the Mediterranean sphere, because they wrote shit down. Nobody else fucking did. Those fuckers didn't write down anything. Hell, there's a reason why a lot of, like, Nordic culture is so complicated to kind of piece through, because they didn't start writing shit down until much later. It's like, wow, good job, Norway, you stupid fucks. You didn't write down all this cool history, and that's why the Icelandic sagas are so fascinating. Because they were pretty much the only interpretation we have of the era. But I wanted to put this one in, one, because I thought it was Tekamul at first. I also want to put it in just to give a little bit of difference in things, because a lot of these games are going to be Mediterranean focused, or at least Mediterranean inspired, which is going to lead us to probably the capstone of this thing, which is Jackals. Jackals is Bronze Age, explicitly Bronze Age fantasy role-playing. Now, these are the 5 games we're going to be going over today. And I just want to talk about 2 other ones that you may be thinking we're going to go over, but I chose not to do them. This is Babylon, on which fame and jubilation are bestowed. Now, at first, it's like, oh, okay, there are 2 issues with this particular game. 2 very important issues that I need to go all the way down to the very bottom for you to understand. Scorpion Man. Hit dice, initiative, armor class, grapple. This is actually a 3.5 game. Yeah, the Babylon on which fame and jubilation are bestowed. This is actually a 3.5 hack. There is a second edition of this game, though. There is actually a honest-to-God second edition. So I'm like, okay, I don't really want to go over that one. Which also led to the reason of 43 AD getting technically cut from this list. There's a sort of second edition to this game. And I think it's like, I wouldn't really be fair talking about just 43 AD when there is a second edition out there. Oh, hi, Zozer. Yes. To give you an idea, we go to Zozer Games. 43 AD was written by these guys. We actually talked about them before. We've gone over a few of their games. 43 AD became Zenobia. This is kind of like where it was. I didn't really know about Zenobia beforehand. Because one of the things is I don't really go into any of these games too deep. I really don't. And the reason why I don't go into any of them really, really deep is because, hey, I don't effectively want to spoil myself, forget things, or anything like that. I'll give this a quickest idea about it. But yeah, though, this is technically 43 AD 2. So I'm like, okay, I don't really want to go over this one because we've already done that. And Babylon, on which fame and jubilation are bestowed, there is the first edition, this one, but there is actually a second edition. This is the second edition. I didn't even know this one existed, personally. It just never really, popped into my my mind there a little bit. This uses its own system, so I did want to go over like the 3.5 era one. So that's the reason why the ones we're going over today are the way they are. But do we have anything that we would like the men who have no editing? Hey. I mean, a pseudo Aztec first. Also, actually moment from me. Would you, what's your, actually, even early period of Rome, Kingdom of Rome was part of the Iron Age. You get the idea. Since Rome came rolling very recently in human history. Yeah. I think that's one of the ideas you also have to remember too. Like, we're dealing with things like Bronze Age, Iron Age stuff. It gets a little bit wild here. But before we begin, someone actually pointed this out. Sexual Trash, thank you very much, actually pointed this out pretty well, which is the idea of RuneQuest. Let's just talk about RuneQuest for a second. When people really talk about Bronze Age or any of these like older era role-playing games, most of the time someone's going to recommend you RuneQuest. And I'm going to be honest with you, RuneQuest is good. Quest does its job. And if you like this kind of game, if you like the BRP system, and you want to see more of this, RuneQuest is going to do it well. There's a couple different ways for you to play RuneQuest. You can play it in the HeroQuest system if you want a little bit more higher powered. You can play it in the BRP system if you want a little bit more middle of the road. Plenty of source books, and even if you want to be a little bit more exciting, you can even throw in things such as King of Dragon Pass, which is a full-on game, which is very fun to play. And I should play this on stream one day, just so I can get all my cows stolen. But yes, I think I would be remiss without mentioning RuneQuest Curious Case of when, maybe. It's a big maybe from me. But do we have any games that we want to go over first? Any particular games anyone wants to go over first? I am open. I have kind of a basic one of going over things. I just want to curious what the masses are. Aztec. We're here in Aztecs. Start from the absolute latest, or absolute latest, and go down the list from there. All right. If we have no problems, we will start with the Aztec. Now, let's bring out New Fire, Temikamatl, The Book of Dreams by Jason Kaminsky. Now, looking here, pretty humble group. You see here, Jason Kaminsky. That's kind of the guy who's done additional editing, additional writing. No one really I've ever seen before. And even this, I'm like, okay, you know, everything is just owned by Jason Karmansky, you know, Kaminsky. Ugh. But who is this guy? What is New Fire? What is this game? Well, Jason Kaminsky is actually a little bit interesting. But this was, you see it's on Drive-Thru RPG, it was actually on Kickstarter way back in the yesteryears. This is back in 2012. It's a tabletop fantasy role-playing game about Aztecs, the Maya, and other civilizations of pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. Now, this is Jason. Kind of see out here. Let's go to the website. There is no website. We're instead going to go to the Wayback Machine, and we're going to have to find it. Now, the New Fire website has not actually been available for a while. I believe, notes correctly, you should be open back in 2017. Yeah. This is the New Fire website. Do you like red? And you may be like, oh, 2014. The last update was actually in 2014. You see, this is in 2017. This hasn't really been touched in a while, and there's a few good reasons for that. But yes, this is the main website. But the game actually did, for what it was asking for, pretty well. For only 11 grand over a $3,000 goal. A lot of stuff going on here. Artwork's actually pretty good. I actually kind of enjoy it. And one of the weird things that they were talking about was the idea of a supplement book. Cool, we like a supplement book. So it's like, alright, do we have anything for the supplement? The supplement never came out. Yeah, it's never, that game, the supplement never really came out. Kind of see some basic reward tiers. People, the highest tier someone bought at was, because I always like going over this because it's always funny to me. The absolute highest someone bought out was $200. No, actually, $400. Which is the Battle of North Pass, the PDF, the t-shirt, a poster, plus the original battle scene featured here on Kickstarter. Hang in your walls, a reminder that the struggles of heaven are mirrored in the struggles here on Earth. After lighting the New Fire, oh god, yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. Welcome to, yeah, $400 someone dumped into this game. And Jason done anything else? No, Jason has done nothing else. Let's go here. Only an Electrum seller after all these years. But I'm like, okay, maybe he's been doing something else. What, Jason, what have you been doing? All right, let's hit that Jason life. He's done nothing else. This is the only role-playing game that he's ever done. There's a reason for that, actually. Very, very important reason. This is Jason Karmansky. This is him. He's a senior ethical hacker. He's a security analyst. He's an IT guy. And he currently works for the MSU Federal Credit Union. Hello. He's a cybersecurity guy, Meridian, a lot of just security stuff. And if we scroll all the way down here, 2010 to 2013, for 3 years, he worked on New Fire. And he published it, and then he immediately started being a senior technical account manager at Yardi in California. And then he moved to Detroit. And this is where he is. This is the guy right here. This is the writer. That's all I could really say about the guy. This is one of those cases where it's like, huh, I wonder who the writer is. Oh, it's someone completely irrelevant and who has done nothing else in there and has absolutely zero. I could not find any history on this guy. I could not find any stories on this guy. I have no idea why this IT guy suddenly got super fascinated in Aztec mythology. There's no explanation. There's no storyline here. There's nothing fun and exciting for me to be like, aha, he was actually a professor of Aztec mythology or something. No, he just decided to write a gigantic book on Aztec-inspired mythology. That's the story, Morning Glory. I find it fascinating now and again. I find it interesting with these cases. I felt like it the main dev one random day. Yeah, effectively, I felt like it. And we're gonna see why that's a little bit fascinating. Here. But let's pop open our thing. Alright, now, I'm gonna preface this right now. I'm going to butcher all of these names. Every single one of these I'm gonna just butcher. Just kind of see here, these are the various people who actually funded everything. Very important. As you can see, additional funding by Jeffrey Nevada Caminsky, Allison Wallace Kaminsky. Yeah, he kind of got, I think he got like probably his parents or his parents, siblings, something, probably put in some money as well. But this is the game. So I'm going to do my best to explain the world story. How the world came to be. A long time ago, there were two super gods. Super gods decided to bang, and they made all of the other gods. All of the other gods, including that creepy skeleton. Actually, I should say, that creepy alligator monster. That creepy alligator monster decided to devour the world. So the other gods were like, hey, this seems like a terrible idea, and we should totally stop him. So 3 of them go down there. You have the most agile, who couldn't get a hit in. You have the most brave, who didn't flinch but couldn't get a hit in. And you have the youngest, the dead one, who died fighting the beast. However, the corn god gets his friends together, and he's like, hey, everybody, we're going to kill the ancient super god together, and if we work together, we can do it. And then they kill the ancient super god and, pretty much let their youngest god sibling become the earth. They reshape his body into the earth and the world and give birth to the people. And that is the creation story. Okay, we understand. Okay, we've got a manly co-host. Let's bring up manly. Bronzed manly. You heard summon manly and goes silent. Also, good morbing. Florida man decided to battle the gods. Yes, welcome to... This is the... See people manly. This is the initial story of how the world was formed. And before I begin, before I say anything, this is... I'm going to just tell it to you straight here. This is where the rules begin. Page 186 of 226. This is 80% of the book is just lore. I'm not gonna lie when I say it's just lore. And we're gonna go through it. Not all the way. Not all the way. But we're just gonna kind of zoom through this just to kind of give you an idea. This is a full-on, legitimate lore book for this fictional world. And he says it's inspired by this, but this is the big world land you're going to be in, the Semanawak, the Wak Valley. The valley is pretty much your home. It's where your people have always been from, and you were all exiled. The initial people who gave birth were exiled for the wandering years. They came back, and oh no, their land was conquered by a foreign force. You came back. You established the city by a prophetess. This prophetess establishes, says, hey, you should totally build a city here. And you do, you build up, but then one day you march on your holiest of cities. And you march into the holiest of cities, and you say, Fuck you, oppressors, lead to a very long and bloody war which led to you guys winning. Congratulations, you've successfully become the Not Aztecs. And the valley is very divided, for lack of a better word. And it kind of goes over the climate. You know, we've got mountains and passes, volcanoes and geysers. This is the main city. I can't remember the exact name of the city. This is the Golden City, your home and the greatest city in the valley. This is where you are from and where your nobility lie. Because your people, they're descended from the gods. Everyone else, they're not descended from the gods. They're not really good. They're peasants. You, though, you know what you're doing. And history and mythology. Yeah, everything kind of blends together in Semwak. Because gods are very real. They are real, but they are also not real. You have all the various suns. The Tonaliteka. Yeah, the Eaters of Light, a time of wandering, a time of night, where your people were exiled by the gods. The founding of Zoctalan, the city on the lake. Oh boy. The pretty much your main villains are the Kakayawani. See all this brutal fighting over the city on the lake, and you guys won. You lit the new fire every 52 years, you lit the new fire, and destiny took its hold. You are ready to go. These are the very basic people. You have the ancestral Tonaliteka, the people of light, noble descendants of the gods. The Tonaliteka, the current ones. Now, you also have the Kakayawani and the Tlateka. The Tlateka are pretty much commoners who emerged from the land and the animals. Yeah, so if you're not really cool, you're actually descended from animals and not the gods. Of course. Come on. You're not losers, are you? You didn't descend from literal animals. Cucks. Bitch. You run the Emperor into you turn the Emperor into a llama in this game. We are not playing the Emperor's New Groove role-playing game. But yeah, technically, that could also work. Everything is very directional based. All the 4 directions are incredibly diverse, more incredibly diverse in the idea of climate. You have jungles, you have deserts, you have even the land of liars, which is pretty much where the bad people are. Now, various things beyond the sun. Here's how the 5 suns are built, and this is the Empire of the Sun. This is the sacred pyramid of society. There are the rulers. Everyone likes them. There is the nobility. Everyone kind of likes them. The standard people. And the peasantry. If you are on the top of life, that means you're doing good, because this is all the various social terms. Do my best. The Kalpuli, the large house, collection of Maswell households united on the kinship and or occupation. They work the land of the Tekul to pay him or her tribute, roughly idolized to a clan or tribe. You have the Takali, which is a noble Kapuli, collection of Tlatoke households united by bloodline. The Alteptil, the political religious unit consisting of central urban capital and network of allied towns, roughly analogous to a city-state or province. Generally speaking, from there you have a variety of titles of social classes, various lords and prestige and ranks, and this isn't even dealing with the fact that there are technically slaves, Tlonkin. And slavery doesn't really exist. Mostly it exists in the same way that debt slavery exists. And if you want to engage in debt slavery, you technically can. It's very difficult to change classes, but it's not impossible. And then we talk about the community. Here's how the big pyramids are. Here's how everything is bound together. Here's what the rural settlements look like. This is the idea of sacred energy and gender role. Have no fear, genders are not built differently, they are literally spiritually differently. And they are very important. It's your women's job to do one thing, men's job is opposed to fighting things. Unfortunately, men should not. Men should not plant crops. Their spirit energy will kill them. However, women should never harvest the crops, because if they do, they will kill the crops. Thus, men and women must be together, because if they're not, bad things happen. And we do have the, it's like, hey, have that fun talk, but equal, but not identical. Crossing gender lines. Many people, many tongues, many souls. Time to talk about the cycle of life. The cycle of life. Everybody loves the cycle of life. Everybody's going to talk about binding names together. As you can see, is you're supposed to say, let's see, child breathes first breath, and midwife holds and comforts it. She cleans and severs the umbilical cord with whispering ritual words in the child's ear. As if the child is a boy, my very loved and tender son, here's a doctrine that which is given to you by the gods. This place where you were born is not your true house. Your own land, your inheritance, and your fortune is the house of the sun. There you will dwell and be in her service, if by some happy fortune you are worthy of dying the flowery death. Because one of the big things in this society, the idea of the flowery death. You want to die gloriously. You want to die with a purpose. You don't want to die like a little bitch. And that little bitch death ain't gonna cut it for you. You want to go to school? There's a lot of schooling you can go into. Let's talk about the, yeah, you are pretty much a serf. No. Oh, no. Sorry. That's incorrect. As being a serf is technically these guys, they're completely different from being a slave. But you are supposed to pretty much, grow up to being a serf. And of course, we've got our various education. Education is mandatory inside the Empire. And that education includes wrestling, because we're secretly a gachi-muchi society. Now, you also have the idea of the Kalmekak. The Kalmekak is pretty much your elite super school where the nobles go to. They are higher tier schools. They're academic, they're moral, they're also more class in war schools. Pretty much you go to a standard school if you want to learn how to count to 5, you go to a real school if you want to do something with that. Now the glorious toil of adulthood. Oh boy, it's time to be an adult, and it's time to march to war. Have no fear, here's the entire section on marriages. Make sure you have to make sure that the bride and groom are both connected to each other, one and the same, and make sure that everybody is happy, because God help us all if you're not happy, and technically polygamy is there, but don't really have polygamy. And if you are old, well, congratulations on being old. You suck. However, dusk. What happens when you die? Well, you have to get your funeral. If you don't have a proper funeral, well, things go pretty bad if you don't have a funeral. You can't pass on. The big thing is, what you're supposed to do is once you go to the underworld, you encounter the god who died. And once you encounter the god who died, he's going to devour you and release your soul. Cool. The sacred hairless dog have killed humanely and burned and buried with his master. Guide to the afterlife, leading its way and helping overcome the challenges and trials ahead. Yep. There we go. Effectively, dying is just as important as living. And during your journey in the afterlife, you're going to have to be doing things. But have no fear, we have all our clothing to manage. Oh, we've got some tasteful booba. Have no fear. We've also got some... Sorry, I didn't see that. We've also got some feet here. We got some headdresses, special garments, jewelry. A game where you play a noble and gachi-muchi wrestle your way to the top of the food chain in the noble school. Effectively. Yeah. If we live in a gachi-muchi society, Grease's biceps. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, we were only on page 50-5, and you said this game doesn't actually begin until much, much, much later. And the answer is yes. You are correct. Almost all of this is an entire thing on hairstyles. This is an entire page almost dedicated to hairstyles. This is an entire thing on manners. This is what food and drink is all about. Oh, make sure to have the way of how to eat corn properly. Here's what drinks are looking like. Here's this delicious fried chicken. Have the drunken rabbit drink. Tools and technology. Because yes, welcome to the corn life. Because we've given corn and corn is good. Lifespan of tools. This isn't even dealing with standard housing. Because these are poor people housing and these are rich people housing. Very different. Various temple complexes. What's the market looking like? What does money look like? Well, money doesn't really exist in this. It's more of a barter economy for a vast majority of people. Actual money, that's usually reserved for the rich. But here's entertainment. Here's a sports ball. We've got all our various games to play. We've got my favorite piece of artwork in the entire book because it just looks a little goofy. Why they did this like that? So much fluff. Makes me look level-headed in the fluff department. Board games need to include sections on food TV. It's important in world building perspective. It is. But I think here's the thing when it comes to like world building for me personally. World building is something in service to the game. It should always be in service. Like, why are we doing certain things? Why are we doing that? It's fun to expand on things. If you want to, if the setting is very important, it's good to expand on aspects. Hey, why do we eat maize here? Why, how do we use maize? Well, we do it this way. We do it this way. Here's what we do for sports. You could probably cut this entire lore section in half, just cut out certain parts of it, and you would have about a quarter of the book. Because there is a lot of information here that seems useful, but is also not really useful. Because these are the various city-states. These are the actual various city-states that each get a full write-up. Very big, write-up on how other people view them. Various landmarks, notable festivals, notable people. Just in best base, it's like, here's some very notable people. Don't forget about all the various gods, Zoctalon. Because those original gods also gave birth to other gods and other gods, because there's gods everywhere. Bitch, everyone's got a god in their house. If you don't have a god in your house, you're fucking up. But then we have also, here's the full thing on like overview of various other people. Here's virtues and vices. Here's stories of old. Here's the basic overview of an entire different place. Because yeah, that's kind of like one of the things. Here is an entire section on a, kind of like a neighborhood pretty much. Then here's this. It's like, here's a write-up on them. Here's a write-up on them. Here's a full thing on them. You could have probably dealt with one of these. And that would have been more than enough. But no, they do that for every single one. And they go over every single one of them. They want to talk to you about every single aspect of these various cultures, of these various cities that all merge into one another. Because this is all part of the same empire, you could say. But there really isn't the same empire necessarily. Because similar to how the Aztecs actually were, they were actually just more of a coalition of city-states with similar cultural background. Which is one of the reasons Cortez kind of rolled over them. It was, instead of being, oh, we're an empire of the Aztecs, it's, we are a disparate number of city-states united under a single banner, because it's better being together than alone. Yeah, let's keep going. Literally me. Yeah, we're still going, everybody. We are on page 106. Oh boy, the place of screaming, literally me every morning. Keep going. Various gods, the sacred flame, sacred conflicts. Now, this isn't how we play the game yet, by the way. The hierarchy is fine because it helps understand what your position in the game, how NPCs could react to you. Exactly. It's good to have things that inform what you should be doing. But like when it comes to like this, there's always to me like an overabundance. Sometimes let's pull it back a little bit and let's kind of think about what we're doing with this. Like, what's really the point of we're doing this? Well, as you kind of see here, flower wars, very structured conflicts, angry wars, things where we just get to fight. Here's how the warrior houses act. And this is, if you want to play a Jaguar warrior, you're actually going to be able to play one of these. You're playing the creeds, you're playing what the eagle warriors are all about, the screaming warriors, the shorn ones. Yep. Welcome to the shorn ones, otherwise known as the Corn Warriors. Corn Warriors. They're not really the Corn Warriors. They're more we don't give no fucks about your bullshit. A breeze in my ear. Then there's full like story write-ups, how people fight, what leadership looks like, how conflict is very common. Conflict is common because people fight one another over bullshit, because they can fight over bullshit. And let's not forget about all the various types of weapons in the game. None of these are important, by the way. Okay, we're getting there. Oh, don't forget about sacrifice. Sacrifice is very important because I want you to all remember you're still supposed to kill your enemies and sacrifice them to the gods, because that's very important and probably a flower war. Have no fear. We're still going. We're still kicking along. Have no fear. But yeah, do we have any questions so far? The god of the dead, master of the underworld, devourer of the unworthy. Corn, the counter of days. Oh boy. Okay, we're almost there. The bald one. All right. 62, 61. Oh, sacred precincts. The flower priests is like the lawn. The corn priests. Corn. The corn. Okay, we're going there. Oh, we got the scary death, the moon priest. Don't fuck with the moon priests. Don't forget, we got all the medicine, a calling, not just a skill. The aspects of the human soul. What harm really is. It's now, mind you, at first I was like, okay, harm. I must have, no. Harm is quite literally like this is about what you're supposed to do when someone is poisoned. What you're supposed to do when someone's hurt. You ask the spirits to help. Methods of divination. This is the calendar, by the way. This is the solar calendar. Because yes, the calendar is insane. Because the idea of the solar year, which is very different. There's extra week dark days at the end. Now, the sacred calendar, however, is very different. The sacred calendar is 260 days long, as composed of 2 smaller cycles, 13 numbered count days, and 20 day sign. The first day of Chalana is 1 Cayman, the first number paired with the first day sign. The next day is 2 Win, 3 House, and so on. So, to give you an idea of how this actually kind of is supposed to function, the sacred calendar goes 1 Cayman, 2 Wind, 3 House, 4 Lizard, 5 Snake, 6 Death, 7 Deer, 8 Rabbit, 9 Water, 10 Dog, 11 Monkey, 12 Grass, 13 Reed, 1 Jaguar, 2 Eagle, 3 Vulture, 4 Movement, 5 Flint, 6 Rain, 7 Flower, 8 Cayman. Yeah, that is literally how it's supposed to go. So do you want to keep track of the various different calendars? Oh boy, don't forget about astrology. Oh boy, this is you're dealing with a narwhal. Yes, narwhal are pretty much shapeshifters. They are sorcerers. They live in the fringes of society. nomads, and they are kind of scary if you think about it. They believe that they pretty much use the power of nature to transform, or at least pretend to transform, into various animals. They try to fight one another, and they are generally considered like, oh, you're fucking scary. They are not, however, really evil. That's the thing. You can be a Nahual. If you want to be a Nahual, you can totally be one. And they talk about how they're viewed in society, and then we go to the next Legend of the Five Sons. And now we get to the game. Let's see, that only took 30 more... They only took, half an hour to get through just the lore, and I'm going to explain to you how to play this game. And everything I just read, understand, that is completely irrelevant. Welcome to Protly, a tutorial Tekali Pili. And his profession is he's a Tlatoke courtier. But he is a Protly. Hello, Pro. Now, you may be looking at this being like, Notepad, what are these? Notepad? Well, the very basic idea of New Fire is you describe what you want to do, and you're going to put a challenge forward. I am challenging you to do a thing. You're challenging me to do a thing. Easy enough to understand. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to take a number of D10s. Cool, we like D10s. I like my D10s. I'm going to have just a handful of D10s right here. Do I have any more D10s? I do not have more D10s. So, cool. Now, the big thing what you're going to do is you're going to be throwing these dice. Not roll them, you're going to be throwing them. So I can only assume that you have to do a full overhand to make it work correctly, but we'll just do an underhand just to make things a little bit easier for everybody. Now, that total is going to be the result of your roll. You need to beat the target number. Okay? This is also lying to you. This is incorrect. Now, what do I mean by this is incorrect? Well, this is actually how the game kind of works. Let's say, for example, we have I wonder if I can find a good target number. Okay. Let's say we have our target number, TN of 20. Our standard roll, effectively. Our standard target number is 20. Let's go to Pro over here, and let's say I need to make a persuasion check. Cool. I like persuasion checks. They're fun. What I would do is I would then add 3d10. 3d10 to my roll, and I'm going to roll. Okay, let's roll. And looking at my dice, I look at my dice right here, and I realize I rolled a 7, a 2, and a 2. I have rolled a grand total of an 11. I've failed that check. I would have scored a night roll. Let's see right here. Hopefully everyone can see that. I would have scored a night roll. Effectively, I've completely fucked up, and the narrator gets full control. But let's say, for example, good news for me. Let's say I roll a... Come on, 14. 14 plus 9, that would be if I'm... God, I can't see anything. I can't see anything in my eye. Oh, God. Let's say we roll a 23. Our max 23, we now have a dusk roll. I had to use all 3 of my dice. Let's say, for example, I rolled, give you an idea. So let's say we rolled a 2-4, like a 2-4-7. This is a night. Does not beat. But I roll a 7-7-9. This is a dusk roll. We beat with 3. We beat with 3 dice. You can only take up to 3 dice. Cool. Now, the narrator is going to be the one actually giving the result. So you're going to be the one dictating it, but you have to abide by a condition I put forward. Now, let's say, for example, we're persuading someone. If I fail, the narrator can say, he's not buying it, he calls your bullshit out, it's not good. But now scroll would be like, okay, the narrator's going to be the one describing what's going on. However, he has to agree with me. That's the condition. He has to agree with me. And so the narrator's like, all right, he completely agrees with you, but he needs a guarantee. He needs guarantee that you're going to do this. He pretty much needs something from you. Okay, back and forth. Now, let's say, for example, let me scroll up a little here. Let's say I roll a 9 and I crit. Let's say I crit on one of the die. Pretty much, your die explodes if you roll a 10 on it. I would get a noon roll. Noon roll, which I beat with 2. Cool. I get to narrate the outcome. The GM is going to be the one having to give me a condition. I may say, all right. And the GM may say, hey, he's going to want something from you. But I could say, like, oh, well, all he wants from me, he's going to completely agree with me as long as I give him something in return. I can give him, I just give him a guarantee of some variety, and he'll agree with me. Cool. Awesome. Well, let's say, for example, somehow, miraculously, you roll, the fucking thing explodes 3 times or whatever, and you're doing great. You roll a 21 on one of your die, you get a dawn roll, beat with 1. And if you get it, pretty much you, the player, have complete narrative control of what's going on. This is the game. Does everyone understand that? You are free to tell me this makes no sense, or that this is stupid. You are free to tell me. Because that is actually how the game's supposed to work, and it's going to get a little bit worse going forward, but welcome to player versus player conflicts, because these technically are, you're supposed to kind of challenge other people as well. Now, one of the bigger things is the GM is going to be setting the role. It's not technically a PvP situation. It's technically a PvP versus the GM. Because the players are going to roll, versus the TN. And if they succeed, they get narrative control, possibly over one another, but if they fail, the giver, the GM, is the one with narrative control. Yeah, this is a little messy, not gonna lie. There's a lot of things that kind of go with this, because, like, what you're supposed to do is, let's say, so if we go up here, for example, like, if all players get night rolls, pretty much everybody fucks up. Giver gets everything. All but one player gets a night roll. Challenge is resolved like player versus GM challenge. If multiple players with better than night rolls, the player with the best roll, who hit the target number of the fewest held dice, narrates. Well, the second player sets a condition. If 2 or more players tie for fewest held die, the one with the highest total on the held dice narrates second highest net. If 2 or more players are still tied, each roll single die to break the tie. So, effectively, step 1. It's pretty much step 1, establish TN. Establish TN, step 2, everyone rolls. Everyone rolls, which is then based on who gets what kind of results. If everyone has the worst result, GM has authority. And this is going to pretty much boil down to GM authority, player versus GM, player versus GM, or player versus player, highest wins. Makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky in like how it's presented. It's like, okay, where are you going with this? Because you have the idea, exploding dice, they give you some examples, but now we get to fortune points. Fortune points are very important because all players begin with 13 fortune points. The giver has 2 fortune points for each player. You have to use your fortune points. You have to use this meta currency to buy in stats or themes. So, for example, I have 13 fortune points. If I want to add my persuasion, I need to spend a fortune point. If I want to add in my theme of Red Sun, the ambition of royalty, I spend a fortune point and now I have 6d10. You don't get anything for free in this game. Every single thing you do has fortune point cost associated with it. You are going to need to use those fortune points. Have to. And that's where things get weird. It's the fact that there is a currency that you must spend consistently to do any action in this game is mind-boggling. Completely mind-boggling. The thing is, you can bring in quite a few of these, but you can never roll more than 10 dice. So, for example, if I want to, I'm in a fight. I can say, I want to spend 1 fortune point for force. I want to spend 1 for my wicked evil blade. I want to spend another for, marked by death or something like that. What I'm going to be bringing in a total of 8d10. That's going to be my roll for this particular one. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be 8d10. Then you're going to try to take at least the fewest amount of dice to actually beat the challenge. That is the game. Because the giver themselves, so if you run out, you just can't do anything. Yeah. If you manage to go through every single one of your fortune points, you are literally helpless. You automatically fail every challenge. You cannot challenge people. And if anyone challenges you, you're just fucked. In order to participate in a challenge, you must spend at least 1 fortune point to throw dice. If you can't, you're fucked. But this also leads to a situation where you can say, hey, I just want to put in just my wicked evil blade. If you mean like, oh, cool, I rolled a jack shit. Well, I'm going to spend another fortune point and add my force roll. Well, I'm going to add another fortune point and add my marked by death. Hey, I'm going to add... You are actually able to add dice to any roll. Even after you've rolled the dice. You can't roll any more than 10, though. Yeah. Yeah, and the big thing is the GM themselves must actually use fortune points to challenge other people. But fortune points can also be used for other things. Because you, player, can also use fortune points to decrease the target number. The giver may use them to increase the target number. Yep. And have no fear, you can also gain fortune points by lowering the target number, because again, this is the most bizarre fucking game that I am just it's mystifying. Because like if you see here, the giver may spend 2 fortune points to increase TN, but may regain 2 fortune by lowering the TN. Increase the TN by 5 for each fortune, regain decreases it by 5. Okay. You have to call upon plausible themes for everything there, because everything is driven by themes in this game. Now, may increase TN for a challenge involved, may assign power themes to creatures in places. Power themes are very different. You have to use different amounts of fortune points to call upon different themes. Which, if you want to regain them, you must call up a theme as a hindrance. You refresh it back up to 13. However, the more you regain, the more severe it is. Subject to the giver and the other players. Hard and fast rule, 9 out of 13 for far less difficulty than a challenge with no fortune points left. If you end up with a night roll, you immediately regain any fortune points you spent on a challenge. Yeah, it's this is one of the things what occurs here is that it is possible to run out if you're doing well, but then you have to use one of your themes to make your life miserable. But since it's not really defined of what it is, it's just something goes wrong. It's just a hindrance now. And like I've stated before in other narrative, beautiful narrative games, that could mean something different to everybody. And a player might say, oh, well, I want to use, like, oh, well, I want to use my, burden of expectation theme to do something. Cool. I want to get some points back. GM may just say, fuck you, and it's a miserable experience. But somebody else uses something very similar, and suddenly they have a really nice time and get maybe more points back out of it. It's very open to interpretation there. It's like, oh, well, that's the GM's fault. Is it really the GM's fault if they don't have really any guidance? They're just kind of winging it. Favorites? Or do you go with what's currently available? Like, well, guess we'll try to wing it there. But yeah, you gotta see, as the giver, anytime they end up with a daunt, pretty much anytime the players do really well, you get all of their your fortune points back anytime they do well. This fortune point economy is very strange. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, you can get back your fortune points if you back down without a challenge or by awarding one of the players a magical item. That's how you get your fortune points back if you're a GM and not having the ability to just say, give me my fucking fortune points back, unless you want to change how the rules work, which is like, oh, okay, maybe not. That's kind of weird. Now, what they want you to do more than anything is inflict conditions. Now, conditions are things that you must say or must not do. You cannot kill the enemy warrior. You cannot capture him. You cannot do this. Something is always going on to, put a condition on you. You may not harm or affect the enemy in any way. Completely negate narrator's contribution. No. What you can do is, you can't kill the person. Okay. Cool. Truth through storytelling. But that's the big idea, is you always want to make you can't really kill a player naturally. If they throw a night roll, and if that's their particular thing, the player has to be the one to kill their character. That's the big thing. And it's... Yeah. Now, stats-wise, you kind of see over here, let's make it like, making a character is not very complicated. You don't have that many points to kind of work with initially, and the game is very, very blunt with you and how you're supposed to be doing it. Where was the... Personal themes, objects, and we'll get the themes of power themes, destinies. Mind you, this isn't character creation, mind you. This is explaining character creation. Now, we've got our various origins, of course. Now, we get 20 points of day energy to improve our stats. Effectively, it goes 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, 4 cost, 5 cost. That's how it works. Because one of the big things what you're trying to accumulate is day energy. You want to get as much day energy as possible. And you're not really going to have that many stats, and the stats really don't matter as much. Stats are kind of a secondary thing. They're a fun thing to have when you need them, but they're not really essential. And as you can kind of see here, Pro really only has persuasion relatively high, because why would he need anything more? Now, themes, though, are the most important things. Generally speaking, you get to define whatever the hell these is. They're only as useful as whatever you incorporate into the story. And these are the examples. You get a total of fucking teen of these things. Where was? Yeah, you get quite a few of these damn things. Now, for Pro, these were I effectively made El Tigre. Anyone remember El Tigre, that really cool show that had a cool premise? Yeah, I just kind of made El Tigre on accident. But pretty much what these themes are tied to various aspects of the character, or you can just ignore that particular aspect of the world and say, fuck it, we don't really care. Now, for example, if we go over here, red sun is something you're passionate about. Green sun is a piece of equipment you have. Blue sun is a source of strength. White sun is a reputation. Gold sun is community. There's quite a few of these, including your horoscope. Have no fear, it's your horoscope. Make sure you do that. Don't forget about your core concept or your disadvantage or whatever your profession is, and your profession is really important. If you play warriors, pretty much if you play warriors or priests, that's it. But yeah, these are you're pretty much the only two professions that matter are warriors and priests. Because if you're playing a warrior, you actually have multiple paths of glory. There's different ways of approaching the situation. And what you need to do is you need to follow the path. Anytime you follow your path, you're getting a new resource called Teodal. Or Teodal you can use this to pretty much use it as a power theme to create different effects. Which is pretty much a super theme. The best way to think about a power theme is your magical power. Apparently the creator wanted the MC to end up a villain, but the end of the network made it put up a fan vote and rigged it in favor of being a hero. El Tigre was a let me actually bring up El Tigre here. This was, God, when El Tigre. The Adventures of Manny Rivera. This was this show. It was a pretty old show back. But one of the big things of this show was that pretty much you are a generational superhero, and pretty much heroism or villainy actually goes down back and forth. So pretty much his grandfather is a supervillain, his dad's a superhero, and now he is effectively going to become a supervillain. And he knows that he's going to become a supervillain because that's what his family says he's going to be. And everyone's kind of trying to tell him that, hey, you're going to be a supervillain when you grow up. I thought that was kind of fun. I thought it was a cool premise, and the show was actually pretty cool. I liked it. It was a fun show. The premise was fun. But yeah, I effectively just made El Tigre as an Aztec warrior. Now, this is like, oh, if you are a Jaguar warrior, you have to do the Hunt of the Shadow and you get a non-combat path. But if you follow the combat path, or do the social path. And here are the kind of the power themes. It's like, hey, you go down this, you're able to do things like destruction, destroy the world, or hallucinate things. There's actually quite a few of these, and this was actually a fairly major part of the game. And don't forget about priests, because priests can use magic in this game. They're actually fairly important to using magic to do things, which if you summon a god to help you out with things, you get a bunch of power themes to fuck around with. And it's like, cool, I'm doing a lot of power. Hey, you want to do a corn priest? Cool. Blood, sweat, or tears if you're really under that one. Maybe you're trying to summon gods you don't really know. Maybe you're trying to summon gods that you do know. You know, maybe not the best of times, though. You know, oh, you're drunken priests or things like that. The smoking priest, moon priests. Or play a Nawal themselves, which you're technically having to invest in special stats to embody certain animals. You want to be a crocodile Nawal? You have to do that. Unfortunately, you have to manage your power theme and in ties to water, but you have an instinct to gather teeth. Or, hey, you're a lizard, you're extremely fast, you're good with heat, but you're literally supposed to let yourself get burnt on things. And there's quite a few of these, and you feel like you really are playing that. They are also completely irrelevant. You don't have to play either of those, hence what I did with Broadly. El Tigre. Guy who made El Tigre also made the Book of Life. But I like the Book of Life. That was a good show. That was a good movie. But yeah, like, to kind of give you the idea, that is, like, there's this entire section on warriors, priests, now that are completely irrelevant. Like, you don't need to use it at all. And it's like, well, you should use it if you want to be cool. But I'm like, I want to see if I could. Like, were there any rules saying I had to or not? Like, there's no rules of saying you have to use them. If it was like, you have to play a warrior, you have to play a priest, you have to play a Nawal, cool. All right, neat. You don't. Because, generally speaking, what you need to do is fulfill destinies. Now, this is one of those things where I think this sounded a lot better on paper than mechanically. Now, effectively, let's do my destinies. I must claim the right of power, I must escape my family's destiny, I must succumb to heroism or villainy. These are terrible destinies. You want to know why they're terrible destinies? Because I can't complete them quickly. Because what you do with destiny is, as long as you're working toward them, you get a piece of day energy. And the more you build up that destiny, the more you work toward it, the more day energy it's building up. If you complete your destiny, you get all of that day energy. You get it, and you can now use it. If you don't complete the destiny, or you fail dramatically at it, you end up losing all. Actually, I should say, if you fail dramatically at it, you actually get it back anyway. But pretty much, if you abandon your destiny, you lose all of the invested day energy. You don't really get XP very quickly in this game. And it's like, oh, I guess I have to just do this destiny, these particular pieces of destiny, and pretty much create goals that are small but achievable. That's what you really want to do. Small but achievable goals. You know, emphasize more personal themes. What you want to do is, if you emphasize one, you're going to be doing 4. You're going to be doing 4. You're going to be doing 5. You're never going to change your themes, really. You can change your theme, but you really don't want to do that. Like, you have 13 personal themes. That's all you have to work with. It's more about replacing them or changing them. Now, this is the idea of dying. Let's talk about dying. It's beautiful, glorious, and fleeting. Everyone in the world comes to the world for a short while. If you're lucky, you discover who they truly are and leave a legacy that will echo across the world. Then you die and return your life energy to the universe that may be reborn in another form. People do not come to Semenwalk to live. We're only here for a short time. This begins. How many sessions will go before the bleeding sun occurs? Some might decide an arbitrary number, some might choose. The bleeding sun rains down day energy for each game session, and your character destinies are like rain barrels. If the players pursue their character's destiny, they will catch some of this day energy to advance their characters. But day energy rains down from the bleeding sun regardless of whether the players catch it. Eventually, it will run out. Bleeding sun nears its end. The giver should drop hints in form of omens, and time is running out, and the universe needs to be renewed. At the end of the next last session, the Night Axe himself shows up. pretty much death happens. Pretty much if someone needs to pretty much narrate them dying and they become the sacrifice, they get to pace on all of their, based on his cumulative day energy total for the Bleeding Sun. Again, how many sessions will pass before another character death is required? The story then continues. The character who did not die keep their stats, themes, and available energy and continue as they are. The sacrifice will create a new character, and everybody resets their cumulative day energy total back down to 0. Because that's how this works. The entire idea is that as long as you are pursuing your destinies, you're getting free XP, but someone's going to die. And someone is going to die horrifically. If no player is willing to sacrifice, keep the story going, the game ends. It's going to each group to make a sense of what this means, the end means for their story. The game just ends. What's your opinion on games that do the GM can't kill a character without player permission thing, or the games make the player death thing entirely their control? It depends on the situation, heavily. But generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of them. And I'm not a big fan of them for 2 reasons. It pretty much makes players incentivized to not care as much because they know they can't die. That overt threat of death is always something present. It's like, oh, well, I can't kill you. Legally speaking, I can't kill you. So it's like, oh, I can kind of start doing things a little bit more crazier, a little bit nuttier, because I can't die. I'm immortal unless I say I'm not immortal anymore. Which, it's like, some people are going to, take that and roll with it a little bit more. I like the idea of being like, yeah, you fucked up and you die. It's like, yeah, hey, someone rolls up on you and just kills you. Yeah, alright. If you get into a fight and a jaguar fucking rips your throat out, I expect to die. If it's like, oh, well, you don't really die. You don't die, ha ha ha. It's like, no, Have you ever died in any campaign that you've played? I've died a few times. Usually they're for like one-shots and stuff. And when I died, it was oh, okay, I'm fine with this. But like for like longer scale games, I like to keep myself pretty safe when it comes to those things. I play very safe in games. I don't usually take risks. If I know there's like, okay, I might die here, I don't like taking risks in that regard. I play very cautiously. But I'm also usually playing the support character that if I die, everyone else is miserable. So, it's great. Now, yeah, the big thing, if you sacrifice, you actually get to increase your fortune pool by 1. You get a fortune pool of 14. And you want to keep sacrificing so you have higher fortune pools. So you get to do more things. And you also get more special bonus points. And objections. And abilities. Different things. And that's legitimately the game. Now, there are other things that comes like, oh, here's narrative unit, what makes a good scene. And this is more about like, hey, here's how to play the game properly. Now, you get things like, we want to do, where's a good example of enemy? Yeah. Because like, oh, let's say you're fighting the dead, the fleshless, traveling dead, spirits of the damned. They just pretty much enemies are just themes, because remember, themes give you 3 dice. Like, oh, cool, I have a bunch of themes to kind of work with, and now that's what you're just kind of working with to do things, instead of having like a overt sense of like stats or anything. It's just you have 3-4 themes, and that's all you need to worry with. But yeah, that is New Fire. New Fire is weird. But it's like, do you want to play an Aztec-inspired fantasy role-playing game? Then Play RuneQuest to maybe use this setting for it. I don't like the system, okay? I think the system's a little bit obtuse for no reason. And it's, the thing that really breaks me, is the fortune point system. The fact that you must spend fortune points to do things, like, I know you get them back consistently, but it makes it out to be really odd. And it's now like, oh, well, I'm not really like vibing with this as much because it's like every single thing now has a cost to it. And it's not like a cost in the way of like, oh, well, you know, it's going to cost you a little bit to do this. No, it's like, hey, I want to do anything. I have to make a challenge and I have to burn fortune points. And if the GM just wants to fight you on shit, you're going to be hemorrhaging these fortune points because you're going to need to get more. Because like, if you bring in 2 dice, because think about it like this. Let's think the standard TN20 check, you're going to want minimum about 5 dice to really work. So that's 2 fortune points, minimum, for things. Because you want to get as few as dice as possible, so you're going to roll, and it's like, okay, I didn't roll very well, and now I can't really beat what I need to beat now because GM arbitrarily raised the TN, so now I'm going to have to spend more fortune points. Now I'm spending more fortune points. Now I'm spending more. And it's like, oh, it feels really sticky, I think is the best way of wording it. It's a sticky game. And every single action, because it relies on... The system is weird. It seems to go a bit narrative. Yeah, it does go pretty hard on the narrative. Though, I do have a suspicion of why that's the case. I do have a very big suspicion of why. Because this was written in about 2013, 2012, 2013. And let's all do a little bit of a think here. What other thing was up and around that time? What particular website was up and running and making shit? You guessed The Forge. You guessed correctly. I think this game was slightly inspired by The Forge. Because if you really look at it, you're like, oh, wait a moment. That adds up. It really adds up if you're like, this guy probably went to The Forge and maybe asked for some suggestions and got told, hey, do this, this, and this, instead of, hey, do, you know, instead of, you know, doing something else, you must now do this weird narrative system. And I think the game kind of suffers for it. Generally speaking, will this get a video? Maybe. This might get a video. If only say, this exists and it sucks it does exist. But here's the thing. If you want a setting book or just to run in a game of your choice, this isn't a bad investment. This is not a bad thing to pick up if you just want a good setting book. Because there is a lot of detail. And you can use this for other things. You want to run your very own fucking RuneQuest Aztec thing? Run it in this. You want to run your very own fucking D&D campaign in this shit? Run it in this. Because you're going to actually have a lot of things to work with here. Which, that's cool. That's cool that, you know, you've actually made a really well fleshed out setting. The issue is, the game sucks. I don't judge settings. I judge games. Alright, so, hour and a half in, and we're on to our second game. Let's see. With that being somewhat of a bummer, let's do something a little bit... Let's see. We can keep on... Let's think. Do we want to go... Delicious. Oh, Jesus. Delicious. So, let's do, since we're on this narrative hike, let's go to AGON. Why are we going to AGON? Because I find this game equally frustrating. So, AGON is a tabletop role-playing. I believe this is 2nd edition. Yeah, see, AGON 2nd edition. Now, AGON's a little bit weird, so I need to bring in Rheicus, or Scion of Sluticus, honored god of Aphrodite, and Timothy Chalamet. Now, this is our man of the hour, our boy, and you may automatically be wondering, Notepad, that's a lot of fucking dots. What in the goddamn are you looking at here? What are you doing? What the hell? AGON is actually an Evil Hat game. Yes, this is an Evil Hat game, as you can kind of see here. Mostly by John Harper. Now, John Harper, we've talked about John Harper before, and Sean Neater. As you can kind of see here, Johnny Boy here is our main designer. These two are the main two. It's kind of hard to see what Sean does, because he's also the director of projects for Evil Hat. So I'm believing that John probably wrote a majority of the game. Sean probably wrote some parts of the game, but not like absurdly so, if that makes sense. But you kind of see here the 1.7 design, produced with the game was developed and produced on unceded land of the Chokikone Olone, as well as the unceded territories of the Coast Salish people, specifically the Dunwich tribe. Portion of proceeds go to the Dunwich Tribal Service and the Shumi land attacks. Have I ever mentioned that I hate Evil Hat? Just wanna bring that out for everybody. Just wanna put that little piece of information out. I don't like Evil Hat. I don't really like anybody who works at Evil Hat either. And I say this in the nicest way possible. Is it because they're evil or the hat? Evil. They're evil. Now, AGON RPG is right here. It's the Evil Hat Productions 25 whole buckaroos for this game. And as you can kind of see here, Evil Hat, you can actually download the big sheets, which we're going to be going over the sheets a little bit weird. Now, the big thing is this uses the Paragon system. The Paragon system can be used for a variety of settings and premises with only a few key changes. They're called a play set. Now, they could pretty much any play set you can put out there. You can't reproduce any material from the AGON book, but you can refer to those mechanics and reference page numbers as needed. These led us to these: Storm Furies, Surge Protectors, and Chamber. I have heard of absolutely none of these, but you see John Harper, Sean Knitter. Now, I have heard of nobody use the Paragon system, so I actually asked everybody. Tell me more about the Paragon TTRPG system. And you want to know what I found? You really want to know what I found? Fuck all. Like, I've not really seen anybody use any of this in any meaningful capacity. I've not really seen, I couldn't really find anything that was like, this is it, this is the moment. But yeah, you can buy the, you can not buy, but you can like get the system reference document here. You want to do the, oh, wait a second, it's Blades in the Dark, because that's what John Harper does. It's astounding, I know. If you want to see the collection, like apparently all of these games have used the AGON system, and ta-da! I've never heard of any of these things. Actually, I take that back. I have heard of Baka Mitai, because they did a shit post about Yakuza, and anyone will be like, this is the only Yakuza RPG, even though that's not the case at all. It's by people who have never played the games and have only seen it as a meme. But yeah, this is like like 95% of this I've never actually seen anything on. So you can actually buy the PDF for $15 here. If you want to get the PDF, I'll give it to you. I will just give you the fucking PDF. I mean, if I want to be a dick, I mean, I'm just gonna take it so other people don't have it. Because I'm a horrible fucking human being. And I don't care. What is the major product of Evil Hat? Evil Hat is a little bit fascinating these days. Because Evil Hat has kind of done everything. If you go to their RPG section, if you want to be, their most popular thing is Blades in the Dark by far. But their main product, you can argue, is the Fate core system. They do Fate, they do Blades, they also do Apocalypse Keys, Monster of the Week. They do a lot of these games, they publish a lot of them. If you were to say, like, what's their main, like, baseline, I would say Fate. But Blades is probably their most popular book that they've ever put out, by far. Which is also, conveniently, for absolutely no reason at all, written by John Harper as well. So, let's kind of give you, they also put out things like Apocalypse Keys. You kind of see here, like, oh boy, I sure do love seeing all this. Diaspora in space. Hi, Banana-chan. That's cool. Ha ha ha. Powered by the Apocalypse, Codex of World, Deathmatch Island. Probably gonna be, you know, here's more Apocalypse World, which is actually, Girl by Moonlight is, I think, Blades in the Dark. Stewpot's been cursed for a while. Dagger Islands never came out because I want everyone to remember this, because this is an important fact. Blades in the Dark has never finished any of its fucking supplements from its 2016 Kickstarter. I want everyone to remember that. Because actually, AGON had a Kickstarter. AGON actually had a Kickstarter after everything. So this is the AGON Kickstarter right here. It actually looked like they may have played everything. They actually may have paid people this time, but I have to believe this very important fact of life. Every single thing they say, when they're like, oh, new islands, new digital rule, new this, new that, I can only assume they didn't pay any of these people. I can only really assume they paid not a single one of these people at all. That's just something I have to assume, that they didn't pay them. Do I know that? No. I just think you've proven it once before, John, that you do not pay your fucking writers. So I could only assume that you don't pay them. Oh no. Yeah, it's... AGON, generally speaking, someone backs, you know, the $75, you know, kind of vendor trash version. A lot of people just bought the basic version, basic hardcover for $25. It made $63,000, and they're on godforsaken Seattle. Now, I've talked to people about AGON before, and AGON 2nd edition, if I do AGON 2nd edition, this came out not too long ago, relatively speaking, but it's not, how do I want to, it's not really different. That's the thing, you kind of gotta know what we're going into. The AGON 2nd edition is just AGON updated edition. That's all you really need to know about that. And even see, AGON really hasn't sold all that well. It's only gold seller. You know, compared to Blades in the Dark, the let's open Blades in the Dark, everyone, being an adamantine. So yeah, it's a little bit like, is AGON just not as popular? Is AGON just not kind of going there? Notepad declaring war. Nah, Draco. silly Draco. I am declaring fatwa against them. There will be no justice until every instance of evil hap has been wiped from this earth, until all of their offices have been salted, until every evil hat logo has been purged from the internet. There will be no peace. There will be no quarter. I will purge this world until there's nothing left. But yes, AGON is not as popular as Blades, and I think that's kind of the haunting fact behind it. Every single thing you must do is AGON is the lesser than a game that I refuse to go over, make a video about because it's really boring. I have legitimately no fucking care to go over. I have, it's funny how I have like zero care to actually like go over But we actually see some interesting characters here. We see Jason Morningstar from Bully Pulpit. Because again, this is a closed circle. I always remember that. James Mendes Hodas, we've already talked about him. Fred Hicks, of course, gets mentioned. And if we really look at some of the names here, we can probably find a group of people that we all kind of know each other. And of course, how can we forget? Thanks, Adam Coble. Anytime I see, thanks, Adam Coble. Every single time I see this, I can only assume that you fully support the robo-rape. Like, any single time. Like, I just like, AGON, you can clip this and send it to fucking Evil Habit if you want. Evil Habit fully supports the robo-rape of New Far Verona. That's all I can really say there. But yeah, you kind of see here Avery Alder. We talked about Blake Hutchins before. We talked about a few of these people before. And that is... and to give you an idea... on Walton's game concept, Argonaut, specifically the Fate track, the original playtesters, ask question, build the answer, build Apocalypse World, because again, oh, look everybody, it's Mr. Brain Damage himself! Hello, Mr. Edwards, how are you, my friend? Mr. Brain Damage himself, and In a Wicked Age gets mentioned no less. Oh, 316 and a Carnage Among the Stars. Hey, hello, Mr. Hutton, who now works. Fun fact, Gregor Hutton works for the Scottish government, and of course, by the Don't Rest Your Head by Fred Hicks. Man, we have the full fucking, we got the full fucking, like, Power Ranger squad of people I don't like working on this game. And it's like, wow, good job, guys. So, what is AGON? AGON is a game about mythics, about mythic warriors fighting on mythic islands, doing mythical things mythically. That's it. They kind of talk about, like, pretty much the idea is that you are a bunch of heroes sailing from island to island. And going from island to island, you're always kind of going into a situation that you are being demanded to fix, or you are being demanded to deal with. These are managed by the gods, and the gods are, gods are fuck-ups. As you... Hello? Would you like to talk? Hello? And because the gods are fuck-ups as usual, you're going to have to deal with them. Now, weird thing is, Xena, Warrior Princess, Clash of Titans, Athena, Thessaloniki, and Wonder Woman. Modern sets are fully welcome in play. If you want to base your characters on current epic heroes like Letty, Dom, and Hobbs from the Fast and the Furious movies, go for it. Yeah, because this game is actually... this game is actually slightly based off of the Fast and the Furious franchise, fun fact. Simple characters, brief location-based adventures, one rule resolution. Technically, the GM is called the Strife. You are the Strife player. There are Strife player, and there's the hero players. The heroes are heroes, the Strife are your, pretty much a referee. Now, the basic cycles of play, we're going to kind of establish our characters a little bit, undergo trials, understand the respite, and forge our legends. Easy peasy. How? These are the touchstones. Xena, understandable. The Iliad and Odyssey, of course. If you don't know those things doing this, that's kind of a Song of Achilles. Cool. Clash of the Titans, Jason and the Argonauts. Wonder Woman. Okay. The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. I'm like, alright. Then the Fast and the Furious movie. Oh. Apotheon. Let's look at Apotheon real fast. Hello, Apotheon. What's Apotheon is a heroic action game set within the vibrant ancient Greek mythology. Looks like it's a 2D side scroller. Beat 'em up. Cool. Assassin's Creed Odyssey, video game by Ubisoft, and Hades by Supergiant. This is probably the first and only time you will see any human being cite fucking Assassin's Creed Odyssey in a tabletop in the same, in not even like 2 lines below the Fast and the Furious movie franchise. I don't know why I find that so funny. I don't know why it's so funny to me to have Fast and the Furious on like the same thing as like Jason and the Argonauts. Something about it I find just hysterical. But generally speaking, characters are pretty simple. Your epithet is actually one of the most important things you can actually do. This is who you are. Rheacus is actually the Silver-Tongued. Anytime that comes up, he's going to add a d6. His name is going to be coming up a lot, because this actually forms your 2 mage stats, because this is actually kind of a dice pool system. Now, anytime you do anything, you will always add your name. You will always add whoever you are. I am Rheacus. I'm cool. I am the Silver-Tongued. Cool. And if I'm using one of my domains, such as Blood and Valor, Arts and Orientation, Graphs of Reason, blah, 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 you're all going to add that die as well. This is kind of like a stacking die system. A little bit different from it. Yeah, as we go over here. Now, your lineage doesn't really matter unless you choose to make your pretty much a scion of a god. That makes you a demigod. So if you say, hey, Zeus is I am the son of Zeus, then you're a demigod. If you say, I am the son of Ares, that means you're pretty much the god of war. You are literally Kratos. Also, fun fact, they don't mention god of war in here, even though you think that would be like the first thing you mention in this. But maybe I'm weird. Now, Honored God and Divine Favor. Divine Favor is a little bit strange. But what you effectively do is here. Whoever your main god is, you're going to get 2 in, but you can spread 3 across. Now, for Rheacus, I decided to make a little bit of ferocity, insight, and cunning. Pretty much, Rheacus is a very beautiful person, but he's smart. He's not stupid. He relies a little bit more on his kind of on his body to get things done, but he's also going to be the one to throw himself into danger if need be. Is he the handsome man of fine build and nubile frame, always found with a harp in hand and wine at the hip? Hello. Hello, it's me, Timothy Chalamet. Tim Maxing. And this, we will get back to you. Develop your style as well as your bonds. Bonds are odd because if you are a mortal, everyone gets 2. If you're a demigod, you get 1 with everybody and 1 with your divine patron. So if I'm the son of Zeus, it would be 1 for Chippicus, 1 for Proteus, 1 for Iroas, and then I would get 1 for Zeus. Bonds do play a fairly important role in things. Which, then we're going to go to our leader, which is done by a contest. Oh boy, a contest. So, what is a contest? What is the main thing we're doing in AGON? What's the main thing? What's the exciting adventure? Someone's pinging me. Why are you pinging me? I'm a good boy. Oh, it's just... Hello, Avars. Hello, Llama Tuber. Oh, good. Oh, goodness. There we go. So, you're always going to face your opponent. Speak your name, test your fortune, and recite your deeds. Generally speaking, you're going to be working up into a team, but you're going to be kind of doing things alone or together. Generally speaking, it's always going to be me versus you. That's kind of going to be the main thing. It's going to be me versus you. Anything can be a contest, and anyone can call for one. There's always going to be an opposition. You're going to be doing that by you're going to be doing that by defining your approach and what your goal is. So, for example, if Rayakis goes up there and he's like, I want to seduce the daughter. I'm going to seduce the daughter of the king. That's his goal. He has his opposition. He wants to seduce the daughter of the king. Cool. And if there's no worthy opponent in a situation, they simply accomplish it. It's an automatic success with no glory in it. Choose the domain. It's going to be important, which that's what we're going to be doing. Now, this is where things get a little bit strange. So, strike player announces their opponent name as long as their epithets say a contest. Then you're going to get all their bonuses, all their dice together as well. Because the enemies are just composed of these. They're going to get things like, okay, they are a monstrous. It's whatever their name is. So let's say, for example, she is impossibly beautiful and she is important. So she's going to get 2d10 for her name as well as her thing. That's what it is. Rayakis is opposed to her. Now, if you have an advantage, you're going to get die. You're going to get some die. Cool. We like advantage die. Fictional details, superior numbers, or foe is the weakest. Generally speaking, if you get that, you're going to get some dice out of it. Cool. Wrath, however, is a little bit different. Effectively, God's pissed and we're getting fucked over because of it. You're going to be giving the opponent die if you're fucking with the gods. And the gods don't like your bullshit. We're not going to give her any bone. We're just going to do 2d10. Very simple, very easy. Now, you're going to roll. For any actions are narrated, the roll establishes the target number for the hero. Yes, so what's going to happen here is I'm going to roll my 2d10, and I rolled a 2. 2 plus 5 equals 7. Yes. You're only going to take 1 die plus whatever the current strife level is. Strife level is effectively the difficulty of the current situation. Hey, we're in a thing that things are going really wrong. It might be a plus 6, or maybe reduce as low as plus 3. But generally speaking, plus 5, it's whatever you roll plus 5, and that's the target number. Cool. Everything is going to be using the same strife level. There's only going to be 1 target number. So, you've announced all of this. We've got all this. Now, I need to start building things up. Okay, we're going to have to build things up ourselves. So, Rayakis, our hero. So you have to speak your name. Our name is, of course, Rayakis. D6. Everyone starts reciting their names. We are the Silver-Tongued. We get a D6 for that. Cool. We may do that. Now let's take a look at our shit. Okay, well, this is all going to be arts and oration, so obviously we're going to take a D8. Cool. We took a D8. And we can mark Pathos. Pathos is very important. We add a second domain to the dice pool. Invoke Divine Favor, adding a D4, but spending a little bit of our points. Or we can spend a bond, give a copy of their name die. You also get to add that if you have an advantage. Then, we take all our die, we roll, and add the 2 highest together. Now, so for example, I rolled a 5 on a D6 and 5 on my D8. I got a 10. That beats it. Good job, team. We win. If we ever end up getting D4s on that, though, especially through Divine Favor, we don't actually add it. We don't add it to the total. What we're going to do is we're going to then keep that separately and then add it. So if I, for this example, if I have that 10 and I end up adding Divine Favor a little bit, I would have added a 1. Cool. The outcome, if we're greater, we win. If we're less than, well, we're suffering and things go wrong. Cool. You got it? This is it. I've taught you how to play the game. Generally speaking, what you want to do is you want to try to recite deeds, or you want to try to do what you're doing, and you're trying to best to give you an idea of what the plan is. Multiple people may be rolling all at once, all of them trying to get their own benefits or problems. Now, larger characters, let's say you're fighting a giant serpent, for example, You might deal various successes, but one person might get their shit rocked a little bit. Whatever you do, if you succeed, or if you're a part of a contest anyway, you're going to get glory. Whatever the target number is, you're going to get the most amount of glory. So for example, the target number there was only 7, so I get 7 glory. There was another person there, but didn't roll as well as me. They would only get 4 glory. Didn't see round up there. And if someone suffered, they take 1 glory and may take harm. Harm is bad. Harm sucks. Harm fucks your day up here. And if it goes too high, well, things go badly for you. If you do good, you might get divine favor. If you don't, you may not. However, you can also just not do it. If you choose to support someone, you're going to get domain and you're going to get bond with them and a little bit of glory. Just a smidgen of glory. And that arguably is the main drive of the game. You want to get as much glory as possible. Now, anytime you get harm, there's actually kind of different. If you get to epic harm, you're going to mark peril. You're going to mark pathos. Just enter contest. If it's mythic, you want to spend divine power to enter combat. Perilous, you're going to suffer. Suffer pathos, suffer divine favor. Generally speaking, you're going to be taking harm and reducing or increasing divine favor or pathos. And you can also burn your bonds to block harm, which you're always going to get more bonds to just block harm, because remember, friendship is a blade of armor. Now, you can always choose to just die. That's always an option. To die. Mr. Bond, I want you to die. And that's really the main driver of the entire game. Now, the things get a little bit more hectic when it comes to battles. Battles are the big boy. Battles are the big thing. Everyone's going to be making their superior advantages. Everyone's going to be making a basic check to just get an advantage. Whoever gets it, it's a bonus die. Then you're going to start choosing threats. Each of those threats is going to be either you trying to defend against them, or you're going to try to seize control of the battle. And this is represented on this sheet, right here. Now, the big thing here is you need to make a choice. If you try to defend, you're trying to stop it from doing something. Hey, this giant monster's rampaging through the city. We can try to prevent it from destroying everything in the city. Or it's going to try to kill an important character by rampaging through the city and destroy and damage our boat. 3 things we need to defend against. But if someone tries to seize control of the situation, they're going to be the ones trying to dictate what's going on. They're going to be the ones saying, I'm going to defeat this fucking monster. You're not defending against anything. You might lose some things. You did kill the thing, or you did stop the thing. Yeah, the winner of the season chooses the domain and stakes of the final and ultimate fate of the opponent. Bum bum bum. Now, you're always going to be clashing initially. You always want to get that little bit of advantage as best you can. Because that D10 does change things quite a bit. You're going to announce disasters, what's going on, then you have to decide. Now, you're always going to start with defending. Anytime you succeed, you can prevent something from occurring. I've rolled, I've succeeded, I've stopped you from destroying the city. I've stopped you from, destroying our boat. I've stopped you from killing our friend. Cool. However, if you seize, you're going to do the normal contest procedure, and if you win, they decide what's at stake. Cool. They can say, hey, I'm going to fucking kill you. And if they win, well, they get to determine their own fate. And they can even leave and just win. So that's kind of the dynamic there. It's, do you want to defend, or do you want to try to choose what's going on? You may be wondering, well, why don't everyone just defend and one person sees? Because you might defend against everything, but you don't really beat them. So maybe we want to get more people to seize the initiative and maybe get to choose what happens. Maybe we want some additional people to throw some bodies at the problem. That's AGON. That's really how it goes. Not exactly a complicated game, but that's really the structure of it. You go to an island, you figure out some things, and then you go to this inevitable battle at the end. You do the finale, but generally speaking, heroes win the finale but lose the siege contest. The enemy gets to fuck off and tries their best. Remain as diminished source of trouble for the island. You win the finale, win the siege contest, you get to do whatever the fuck you feel like doing it. In addition to losing the finale, everything sucks. Flips in the misery and woe, the heroes have fallen short. And that's that. Pretty much when you leave, you have to narrate what the destiny of the island is, what great deeds have been accomplished, because great deeds are actually fairly important. So, for example, for example, if Rhaeacus seduced the daughter of a king. Now, what occurred here is because Rhaeacus did that, he can actually leverage that later on. And because if he leverages that later on, he's going to get an immediate advantage. So what you want to do is, technically, build up more and more and more and more and more and more of these different, deeds and use them effectively as a blade of armor. Because, these only can count for once unless you try to get them back later on. Only once. Because they're just a resource like everything else. Now, all of these virtues are actually also fairly important. You're going to ask everyone which virtue you showed, and you're going to just mark them. These virtues, if we go down here, is you're going to be marking more and more of these virtues. Who you are, how you are, and generally why you are the way you are. Cool, everyone likes more virtues. The more virtuous you are, the better you are. And everyone enjoys that. And now, you'll do a little bit of reflection. And during the voyage, we go on to the next stage of gameplay, which you all take a bond with one another. You can choose to lead a sacrifice, which everyone has to do something, including blood offerings, because if you do blood offerings, you have to roll 2d6 and keep the highest, because you're going to be rolling a contest of resolve and spirit, and you'll be trying to break it there. And if you succeed, you're going to be earning glory as usual. The best one earns a bond with a deity. And if you fail, each hero is going to mark divine favor with the god. You're always going to be marking favor with the gods of your choice. However, if you fuck up, you're going to have to mark wrath with an honored god of the hero who led the sacrifice. So you're all remembering this, right? You remember that part of Fast and the Furious where Dom sacrificed a goat to the the V8 engine? I remember. That was my favorite part. And then you go on to another leadership voyage, where we all go on to do things. Now, this is the meta plot. Yes, welcome to the meta plot. What I mean by meta plot is a little bit odd. Because what you want to do is, anytime you do anything, you're actually going to be marking stars, divine favor, boons, and bonds. Unless you fuck with them a little bit and they get pissed. And you're going to be interpreting signs of the gods. When heroes please a god, they may subside, reduce wrath, but it's a little bit harder. Because this sheet right here is the Vault of Heaven. And anytime you do something, let's say on an island, we really impress Aphrodite. We're going to mark this. We're going 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. We've marked this successfully, and because we've marked that successfully, we're one step closer to home. If you're playing a larger game, if you're playing a longer game, you need to fill in 5 of these. If you're playing a shorter game, you only need to fill in 3. Yeah, so you kind of see, try to play a reveal, ask question. various strife levels, the highest die. And ta-da! So you may be wondering, okay, Notepad, that seems a little bit why are you calling it the kind of the meta plot? Because you're also building wrath with all of them, and the higher their wrath, the harder it is going for you to do things. Hey, we've been doing pretty good, but we've really pissed off Poseidon. Like, we really pissed him off. And he's gonna show up every now and again just to make our life miserable. Generally speaking, as long as you are impressing someone, you're going to be building these up, and you want to impress them as fast as possible. You just need to... And... yeah. Now, remember when I said that glory is the most important resource in the game? Glory is going to be the thing that you're going to be building up as much and fast as possible. The more you build up glory, the more your name die is going to be. So, for example, if we go all the way back up here to AGON, if we build up, say, 80 whole, glory, we're going to advance our name die all the way back down to, we're going to advance our name die to D8. So we're going to be able to roll a D8 on anything we do. If we go all the way back up to 120, it's going to be D10. If we go all the way back up to 240, it's going to be D12. That is going to take a while, fun fact. Because on average, let's say for example, you just have a D10. At the absolute highest, your target number is going to be 15. At the absolute lowest, it'll be 6. Unless you start getting into like D12s or things like that. So generally speaking, every challenge you might be getting anywhere, you're going to get on average about 10. Which take you a little while if you don't plan on doing many challenges per island. Which is going to take a bit. Which, mind you, the final one is at least going to give you 20. On average. So kind of getting up to those higher tier ones might take a little while because it resets. This isn't 40, 80, 120, 160. No, it's 40, 80, 0, 40, 80, 120, 0, 40, 80, 120, 160, 200, 240, 0. It takes a while to get kind of... It's a lot more than you think. And you're going to be earning glory with whatever you do. And you need it. But let's say, for example, you get shit rocked. Pathos. You're going to be entering agony. 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 Pretty much anytime you mark Pathos to do something, you're pretty much adding dice or getting your shit rocked. If you ever go down to agony, you're in bad straits. When we start marking fate. Now, as fate builds, so does your end approach. The closer to your end, the closer things start going wrong. You're going to literally need to wait until you get back on the fucking boat, get to where you're going, but there's a catch. The more things you do to mark on your fate track, the more you're going to level up. And you're going to only really level up when you're in agony. When something is going wrong for you, that's when you're going to be really leveling up. That's when you're going to be taking those boons. That's when you're going to be getting stronger. Now, right here, you see some of these boons, for example, which is like advance a D8 to a D10, advance your epithet die, advance a D6 domain to a D8, add another epithet. But once you marked all 5, pretty much when you have hit 1, 2, 3, once you've pretty much hit the end of the story, that's when you're going to start doing some boons like down here. Whenever you bolstered, you're going to get some more die size. When you mark Pathos for extra domain, take 2 dice instead of 1. When you spend Divine Favor, you get to keep the highest. Big things, but not really. Yeah. You get to determine your legend and your various legendary titles if you want. What's your greatest deeds? What's the vault of heaven really looking like? It's what's the glory of your name? And the higher your name, the better you are. You shall never be forgotten. Your glory is written in the stars for eternity. Remember for generations, civilization will forever use your name to instruct those seeking virtue. And then you kind of just do that. If you ever need to make a new hero, you just like, oh, you're just a random hero, or you're just a random guy. You're just a random person that was always there. And, ta-da! Yep. Bond, you're going to be, generally speaking, bonds are always going to give you something. It'll allow you to support other people. It's going to allow you to bolster die up. And one of the big things with bonds is that you can even get them for god bonds, which is always going to be a D12, which is always going to be really, really, really valuable. But a vast majority of the time, you kind of see over here, it's going to be a lot of give me one die so I can get another die so I can maybe roll like a 1. Now, it's like one of those things like, okay, well, you know, what's the trait, what isn't a give a trait valid? Does here apply the action at hand? This is a lot of things, like the back of the book really is a, more of a GM guide of like how to run this. All of this shit is islands. These are what the actual, like, that's what they put. This game is really not that long, all things considering. Like, if you want to go for everything, like all what you truthfully need to play, it's going to be about 80 pages. The rest of this game is effectively adventure paths. Thornos and Ion are it's an adventure path. What is Timiosis? It's an adventure. All of these are adventures. They're random little islands. There's stuff going on that you can kind of do, but you kind of can't. Because if you really want to do, for example, let's say right here, the island of Osprey. Legendary craftsman calls the forbidding place home. Rusting metal hulks and discarded prototype inventions decorate the slopes of the volcano. Wondrous gears and steam pipes glistening the ore to lava flow. Now, one of the things here is you make, like, oh, here's some characters you kind of see here of various places, special rewards. What's going on? How will we stop the drill? Will you turn the drill to free Prometheus? Oh no. This is what it would be like. Okay, this is Casagos. This is the actual guy. He is he has a D8. He's brilliant. He's D8. He's prideful and he's reckless. That's how you make an enemy. You just add in a few things that are, you know, appropriate. Yeah, that is from random charts, kind of some backup, like, hey, here's some stereotypes, here's some Beyond Grease. Oh boy, like, let's talk about basic shit. Yeah, that's AGON. I am, it's difficult to judge AGON. You want to know why it's difficult for me to judge AGON? You really want to know why? It's because this game is boring. The game is just dull to me. It doesn't really do anything like super exciting. It's not like, oh, cool, it's like not like Exalted or something. It's not like, yeah, you're kicking ass, taking names. It's very narrative. It's very wishy-washy, but there's some good ideas in it, and I do enjoy the ideas of the game. It's just written in the most annoying physical way possible. To quote Ron Edwards, it's like they have brain damage. And it's like, wow, you've made this interesting concept boring as shit, and I don't care. And you may like, oh, well, why is that the case? You just don't like it because you don't like Evil Hat. That's right. The thing with the game is what it really boils down to is quite literally it's going to be just, do you beat a basic target number, like a randomized target number? If you want to be precise, if you really want to be like, oh, we want to go on averages and shit like that. If you want to go on perfect averages, you choose whatever their name dice is and have it. Have it plus 5. Oh, they have a D4. Oh, they have a D8 name die. You're going to be adding it. That target number is going to be 9. Hey, they have a D10 name die. It's going to be, target number is going to be 10. And once you get past that idea of like, oh, well, that's it. It's literally add in a bunch of dice, but you don't get that many dice. You're going to get maybe 3 or 4. And it's like, oh, what do you mean I'm only going to get like 3 or 4 dice? And it's like, yeah, you're going to get like, you're always going to get your name die. You're always going to get your epithet, and you're always going to get a domain. And if you get an advantage, you get to add a D10, but if you petition the gods and spend a thing, you get another D4, but that's kind of its own thing. And that's it. And it's like beat 6. And you look at it and it's like, it goes for a very long way of saying beat 6 or like beat 5 or beat 10. It's like, you can just tell me target number 10 and we can get this moving a little bit faster, and maybe we can add something more to this. Because if you really think about it, of like what's really necessary in this character sheet, what's really necessary, this, well, actually more like this. Like, these are really, like, up here is the only real thing that matters. Like, oh, well, what about the divine favor? Well, that's just a resource. It's literally just that's just a meta currency, because that's, truth to be told, it's a meta currency. That's what this game really is. Oh, well, you gotta build up your glory. Very slowly build up your glory, of course. You can't build it up too quickly. And it's like, oh boy, I'm building up my glory to 40, and then I get to mark 1 and then reset it again. Then I get to do it again. Then I get to do it again. And it's like, oh no. Oh no. It's like they have good, again, it's good ideas just kind of written in a way. And it's like, yeah, here's like this full meta progression system, but then you realize, hey, it's like this is how to end the game. It's very structured, and I would want a little bit less structure to give me, how do I want to, I would really like for it to have less structure for me to do things with. I'm a firm believer in the little roles. You want to know why I'm a firm believer in the little roles? Because the little roles are fun. Little roles are entertaining. Oh, well, we don't like the little roles. That's not the point. The point of the little roles is to tell the stories. People remember fun little events that occur because you rolled really well on a check to, check a book out, or you rolled really well to find this out. It's little things to interact with the world because it's giving players an opportunity to interact with the world. They are saying, hey, I want to do this. Cool, you can do this. I want to make a juggling check. You impress a crowd. Cool, you're going to make a juggling check to impress a crowd. Here, you would be making an arts and oration check to challenge the crowd, which has a D8 epithet, and it's like, why bother at that point? Like, this isn't, it's not like you trying to impress anyone, you're just kind of slowing the game down, and the game is already super hyper structured, and you're now fucking with how the game works. And then you start realizing how quiet the game is. I think that's the best way of wording it. It's a quiet game. And I'm not a big fan of it. I understand people who would like this game. Here's the thing. I could understand people who are like, man, I love AGON. I have no idea why I know, fundamentally speaking, why it is not like the most well-known things, why it doesn't have like a million like, a million, followers, everyone doesn't love, and we don't hear about AGON every day. It's like, oh, well, it's just not very well put together. So this is going to lead us to Bronze. Bronze is a little bit interesting because Bronze is 5 pages. Why am I going over a 5-page game, Notepad? Why are you doing it? Because I can. Bronze is, if we go to a Bronze RPG, nothing is going to pop up. More accurately, you're going to see blood and bronze, polyhedral dice. You're going to see this one, Jackals. Oh, the bloody-handed name, the Bronze Codex, Into the Bronze. Cool, it's an OSR game. None of these are actually what we're going to be going over. What we're really going to be talking about is the narrative 12 system. Over here, the narrative 12 system, TTRPG, which is going to be... Damn it. God damn it, where are you? James D. Hargrove. We're actually going to be talking about James D. Hargrove. This is James. As you can see here, James is a game designer. And what games have James put out? Hello, well, he's brought out Kriegspiel Revolution, Lawbringers. He's brought out The Society, bottom text. Pulp Adventure Game, Call Me Snake, Star Hack, Yarn Master, leans into the fantasy realism. Jocks, 2nd edition, giant trash-talking barroom brawls. Then the World, the Witch Queen. He's got quite a few of these, quite a few of these various games. And I was like, oh, okay, looks like he's a person. Yeah, creator of little games. GoFundMe, help me replace my computer. Hello. Let's see. Well, I can't eat it, so I'll just be eating affordable but unhealthy foods. Here's James from Colorado. Hello, James from Colorado. Yeah, he's a big mastodon guy. Let's not call a spade a spade. Let's go to Mastodon real fast. Mastodon Explore. Hello, yes, we want to. Let me see if we can find anything. Yep, here he is. Hello, everybody. As you can kind of see here. Oh, drive-through RPG storefront. Mythic Beard Games. Hello, Mythic Beard Games. Do we have anything to... We have a website. He has no website. Oh, fantasy roll dead simple fist system. Fist! Yeah. So... It's really just a hack of the original fantasy role-playing game. You may not look at that at first blush, or second blush, or third or so on buyer beware. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be an interesting duck of a human being. But he's on Mastodon. And looks like he is... doing stuff. Yep. Mastodon, GitHub, non-prof, Mastodon.social, decentralized network power. By that, I mean, he's at Chirpy World. I mean, let's do, we got anything from there? No. Welcome to Mastodon, the absolute mad lad. Yeah, he's just kind of a dude. It's kind of hard to say, like, yep, he's a dude, all right. He's done things. And he talks about be living on disability. That's, and really retweeting like an absurd number of, like an absolute absurd number of like, please give me money. I love money. Money. So yeah. An odd duck of a man, but this is one of his games of one of his little games. As you see here, 2005. This is actually the oldest games here. Now we're going to learn about the setting here, but we're not really going to, because the setting doesn't mean jack shit. What is the setting? At the absolute basics, there was a war. We fought the war, we won the war. Now, everyone sucks and everyone hates each other. Welcome to the desert, bitch boy. Praise be to Urkal, praise be to Hallandor, and we will do our best to survive. This game is 19 pages. Bronze is legitimately just a very tiny game, and they want to get you into the idea of epic adventures, lost kingdom, and legendary treasures await you in the distant lands of Carthum. It's a sword and sorcery game, but more... not really a sword and sorcery game. That's at the same time. Everything is measured in kind of basic currencies, but the salt was really valuable, and it wasn't very valuable because we found a way to get more salt. We've got various fauna over here. Ooh, fauna. Zombies. Or zombie. Oh no. Religion. We got all the various different gods in the area. Oh, wow. Yeah, the legends of the lands. Oh. Ah, Mastodon. The worst aspects of Twitter, Reddit, crypto bros in one barely usable site. Everybody loves it. Valuable salt, what a splendid reference to There's a Guild. Legends of the Land, the City of Unparalleled Majesty, the Oasis of Death, the Sargusim Sea. So, on page 13 of 19, we learn how to play the game. We don't learn how to play the game. As game Bronze is designed to be a vein of fantasy fiction, written by Lynn Carter, Fritz Leeper, and Robert Howard. The revised version of Bronze introduces the default setting. I initially envisioned writing the rules, and early playtest sessions took place. There was much needed rules clarification and a fancy record sheet. This is the fancy record sheet. So, materials we need to play. We need 2 or more people, and we're going to need a fuck ton of D12s. A fuck ton of D12s. And it's like, okay, I'm going to be grabbing a pencil. Now, the thing is, this is how a character is actually built. You're just having your character traits. That's really the only thing that matters. Even your items don't actually mean that much. Your name doesn't mean that much. These are the only thing that really count for anything. Now, these are your core character concepts. You could be your great strength or master thief. You can have 5 of these. Now, it says write down 3 to 5. I put in 4 because it's a nice, that's a nice middle ground. Now, each of them are going to have, let me see, every player has 20 points to rate their character's traits. The higher your trait, the better you are. Cool. So, for example, Jaster, the master shiller himself, is a salt merchant of Urkel. He's a veteran of the Salt Wars, he has a silver tongue, and he's quick with a blade. That's just who he is. That's everything he does and everything he is. And everything he will be. At once. Oh, gee. I have no idea what's going on in my server, but I'm just gonna just ignore it for now. If I just ignore what's going on in my server, it won't affect me. Now, incidentals really don't mean anything. But, however, if you do have anything that's actually like a good item, it's actually a trait. Alright? You're all going to go into the prologue then, and that's okay. The big thing is, this is the jumping off point. You're immediately jumping into the story, and as the referee, you're not really going to be doing that much, but that's not the real point. You're going to introduce the conflict, and Samina, a not unattractive female cutpurse, attempting to seduce a rather slovenly guard, warding the entrance of one of the many jails in the city of Hallandor. The referee decides that this is an excellent opportunity to introduce conflict and states that the god, while very intrigued, is also professional and will easily take my Samina's attempts to seduce him. So generally speaking, you're going to announce it. What's the opponent opposed action? Anything that you don't oppose just happens. Don't think about it. So, this is where the conquest and defeat die come in. You're going to grab two of their 12-sided dice and designate one of these dice as their conquest die. The other is the defeat die. So we're going to grab in our D12s. And then let me grab my D12s. Maybe I should grab a different colored D12s. There we go. Okay, I got my two D12s. Nope. Now, your conquest and your defeat die, and you'll narrate what they are. Takes a moment in order to present the two possible outcomes of the conflict, one which favors the character and one which does not. Now, generally speaking, the problem is if things go our way, they'll grant her access. Should not, the guard will refuse, sounding an alarm and drawing her sword to subdue her. Now, you may be wondering, wait a second, where do these traits come in? Well, we're getting there, have no fear. We are slowly and steadily getting there, because I've noticed all of these fucking games are narrative nightmares. After it presents the two outcomes, they will then roll both of them. Yeah. Let's say, for example, I'm going to roll my defeat die first. I rolled a 11 on my defeat die, and I'm going to roll that, and I rolled a 2 on my victory die. My conquest die. I fuck up. Things go poorly. That's it. That is how you succeed or fail. So, on the other hand, the result of the defeat is greater than the result. Hinders characters wins out, and the conflict is over. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit odd. Now, character traits can you can incorporate character traits into any of these. They may gamble points, roll up to 5 additional dice to do such. So, for example, if we're going over here, and I say, hey, I'm a veteran of the Salt War, I can add in another D12 and roll it and attempt to get more dice to add to my roll in an attempt to beat this. So I can add in, let's say, veteran of the Salt Wars, I'm going to add 2 more dice, and I score a victory. I mean, a lot of dice to do it, but I did it. Now, you can roll as many as you want there. There is something to note, though. You are spending it. That's the thing. You are spending these points. That's what they are. They're narrative nightmares, your favorite type of nightmare. Now, the thing is, if you succeeded the roll, you actually get to have it back. So kind of going for those all or nothing rolls is sometimes valuable, unless it's really difficult, because if it doesn't, you actually lose everything. Any points of trait rating the player has the character gambled on the roll extra conquest dice are subtracted from the current rating of the trait in question. However, if it's introduced to a player who has an advantage, they're going to get the points. And that's pretty good. And they're going to be doing it as Bane points. Now, as you can kind of see here, any points of the trait rating the player of a character gambled to roll extra conquest dice is subtracted from the current rating and awarded to the player who introduced it and become Bane point. Now, Bane points, when initiating, may spend Bane points to force them to roll additional defeat die. Yes. Effectively, what can occur is, if you do well, you get more bonus points to fuck over your friends later on. The more advantage you have, the more advantage you're going to continue having. Thus shifting skills in favor of the character who is doing the opposing. For every Bane point up to 5 spent by the referee, other player initiating conflict, the player and the characters whose actions are being opposed must roll an additional defeat die. Yeah, it's you want me to count the highest for either of them, so it's like, oh, well, I just want to keep adding different die in there. So if I want to oppose you more, I might be saying, okay, you're gonna be rolling 3 defeat die, and I'm gonna be and you roll at me like, oh, well, fuck me, I've lost, until I maybe like, oh, well, I'm gonna try to get an extra D12 in there or something, I get an advantage to try to beat out those rolls. Yeah, not unlike the points of trait rating, Bane points are actually spent. Yeah, so you're actually going to be spending these Bane points that are going to go away, but again, you have a lot more narrative control over people. Especially if you get them to start gambling more, and they roll really poorly, they can get to a situation where you get to refund all your Bane points by them burning all their points away. Now, the way to counter this is to not spend any points. Just lose, most likely. Yeah, you can technically get more points if you feel like it, but you shouldn't. This is quite literally it. It's 19 pages, and that is the game. It's like you just kind of sit around and you just burn these points at each other. If you were going to play this, if you want to play a game like this, don't play fucking this. And I'm going to tell you why. Because a Wicked Age exists. I am not a fan of Vincent Baker. I think Vincent Baker is the Antichrist. But I will say that he actually did a very good job in a Wicked Age to make something interesting. And In a Wicked Age is one of his least popular games by a long shot because he actually did something unique with it rather than making the most boring thing imaginable. But yeah, that's Bronze. That's really all I could say with it too. It exists. Do you have any questions on Bronze, the Bronze experience? Do you have any problems with Bronze, the Bronze experience? Because that's really it to talk about with it. It's like, cool. It's like, oh, is there something else with that game? No. Is there something more fascinating? No. It's a 4-page role-playing game that does like one thing. That one thing is be an inferior version of it. Cool. Role-playing games. I love role-playing games. They're so much fun. Don't you love role-playing games? When I don't get to roleplay or do anything like that, it's amazing. My favorite. Why are you posting cringe? So, next game. Let's see, we've got 2 more games on the docket here. A little bit fast today. A little bit fast, and there's a good reason for that being fast. Simply put, there just isn't a lot to some of these games. I was thinking AGON was going to have a lot more to it. Hell, I was thinking that New Fire would have a lot with it. They did not, in fact, have a lot with it. They were very light games, in fact. So I'll ask the group: do we want to go to Roman times, or do we want to go to On the War Road? Oh ho ho! I'll let you all decide if we want to be a Roman or do we want to go some sword and swearcery. Sword and swearcery. Because I do like some sword and swearcery. Sword world. Hello, it's Sword World. Why are you posting cringe swersery? All right, we're gonna look at swersery. Hello, welcome to Jackals, a game that I've been meaning to go over for quite a while at this point, actually. Because Jackals is kind of a Well, to be frank, it's another Osprey game. Yes, this is an Osprey. Of course, I have to bring in the strongest man alive, Chippicus. Now, for those who don't know who Osprey is, oop, hit all the wrong button. Osprey Publishing is a company pretty much making a bunch of various role-playing games, but people usually know them for their variety of book series as well as a lot of their war games. When people think about Osprey when it comes to tabletop sphere, they're usually talking about the war games. Pulp, Castles in the Sky, War of the Republic, Absolute Emperor. They're mostly referred to as the blue books. Now, the blue books are these usually very simplistic, let me see if I can find, usually these fairly simplistic war games in a blue book, as you kind of see here. They're usually not the most super illustrated variations of the game. They're usually not too in-depth, but they get the point across. This one's only 64 pages, for God's sakes. But the point of these games are to be quick and dirty and usually pretty esoteric role-playing war games. And some of them are kind of strange in some ways, because if we go over here, you get to see things such as Rogue Stars, which is a science fiction underworld skirmish war game. Okay. Poseidon's Warriors. Classical naval warfare from 480 to 31 BC. What? You get to see, let me see, we get some other odd ones in there. The Lion's Rampart, On the Seven Seas, A Fistful of Kung Fu, which is an action movie, Hong Kong movie war game rules. Okay. That's a little weird. But probably one of the ones that the people know probably as well, because they've done things like Bolt Action, Frostgrave, Oathmark. They actually have quite a few of these games in there as their like mainstays. And Ospreys, people universally agree Ospreys do a pretty good job. No part of Osprey is like they are the best when it comes to this. It's like they are the only guys to do this incredibly specific game we're looking for. And it's like, cool. Do they sell well? They sell decent. It's kind of like one of those things like they are the only people you will find a flying naval warship game with. And it's like, man, I really want a flying naval warship game. Osprey's like, hello, it's me. Now, recently, in the past couple of years, they've actually gone pretty deep into role-playing games. Because we have some such as Hard City Noir role-playing, or Crescendo to Violence, a neon noir role-playing. But you also get some things like Grand Macessimo, Heirs to Heresy. Now, one thing that we actually went over not too long ago was Sigil and Shadow, a role-playing game of urban fantasy and occult horror, which I actually made a video on and effectively called what it kind of was, otherwise known as Budget World of Darkness. Which, arguably, people seem to really like. People like the idea that it was like, hey, it's Budget World of Darkness. Do we need anything more with it? Do we need to make this game anything more than what it is? And people seem to enjoy it, and people are somewhat excited about it. Jackals is one of their other games. And I would say Jackals is the other game for them. And this is why I say that it's kind of like the other game, because most of them don't actually have many expansions or anything like that. Jackals, though, has 2. Like, that's actually a fairly interesting note to kind of talk about, is they technically have 2. They have Travelers of the War Road, as well as a full campaign expansion. Really, the only other one is Heirs to Heresy, but it's still like, oh, that's kind of an interesting... It's an interesting note that's something that exists. Now, the guy who wrote it is a guy named John Matthew Defogey, or Defogey. Buggy Wuggy Doofy Woogie. Now, this is who he is, and it's like, oh, well, this just popped up in Bloomsbury. Bloomsbury. So it's like, all right, okay, who is this guy? This is our main guy here. Now, interestingly enough, this isn't really him. This is Iconic Production. Iconic Production is the main group, that makes sense, that he's a part of. And he does a variety of podcasts. And if we look at the team here, this is JM, James DeFoe himself. I don't know why he looks so terrifying. I think it's the eye. Like he's trying to wink, but I don't know if he's winking at me or is he's trying to stare into my soul. But this is our boy. This is Mr. DeFoe, DeFoe. And yeah, as you guys see here, he runs a bunch of things. Twice a month on the Iconic Podcast, behind the screen twice a week. Now, this is going to inform people very hard about who this guy is. Obviously, JD, I believe that's social marketing. There's actually quite a few people here. This is one of the people like who's just here. And if we go to the podcast, this is the main thing they do. They do like an actual play podcast of a variety of things. It's kind of hard to even talk about, but it's like, you want to learn about Jackals? Cool. You want to learn about exploring Glorantha? Because exploring Glorantha is kind of their main show, and how you could play, and how you can actually kind of play in RuneQuest and Glorantha setting in a variety of different settings. As you can see, most of these guys don't usually get many views, relatively speaking. But they talk about, like, yeah, let's go on a talk about Torg Eternity, and it's like the Diamond Tournament. A lot of actual play stuff, a lot of little things like that, one-shot Fridays. But that's something you need to kind of go off on the, like, first things first. These guys talk a lot about RuneQuest. And we love RuneQuest. Good old RuneQuest. RuneQuest. And they're even making stuff pretty quickly. And because they make a lot of RuneQuest things in Glorantha, and they're all kind of making all the notes together all at once. A lot of these shows and stuff. There's actually quite a bit here, and if you want to actually, go to the shop, you can buy things. You want to buy things? Oh, you. Yeah, they actually have quite a few different stuff going on, but this is the main guy. This guy is actually safe when it comes to when we refer to things as, hey, Twitter people. He's pretty safe in that idea. Like, he doesn't really do anything too exciting, which is good. I like it when people are boring on Twitter. That's good. But that's really it. Apparently he's done other things. Like, if we actually, I wonder if Jackals TTRPG, DTRP. Yeah. It's an Electrum seller. Like, apparently he's worked on other things, but nothing's ever really popped up for it that I've really seen. Looks like he's done some stuff with Ashen Sands, the Player's Guide. Looks like he's done Shadowcraft missions. Shadowcraft, the Glamour Wars. But this is what he's known. New rights, yeah. This is actually a full-on expansion. But yes, that is kind of the preface there. And now we get to learn about Jackals. Now, if we go all the way down here, this is the actual map of the world. The big thing is, and we do, yes, This is the map of the known world. Well, not really. This is the actual map of the Zarets, and this is pretty much the entirety of the world of what people know. Your adventure is mostly going to be taking place around here, mostly in this area, because this is where a lot of civilization actually is. Everything beyond this is kind of a nightmare shithole, and nobody wants to be a part of it. Now, you kind of can see, with astute observation, this is effectively Fantasy Israel. And up here is Fantasy not Israel, and this is kind of like Fantasy Egypt. Fantasy. It's, yeah, it's very much Mediterranean inspired. You're gonna like your Mediterranean. You're gonna like your You're gonna like it. Make sure you get those get your olive oil ready. And now, as you can see here, this is actually a D100 system. We're gonna be using a D100 for everything. It's going to be inspired by things such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Iliad, the Baal Cycle, and the Old Testament. And it takes place exclusively, very hard in the Bronze Age. Now, pretty much what occurred is that there was a big empire, an old kingdom called Barak Baran, ruled by beast folk. Well, the Takan, we hate them. They fell to a slave rebellion, and pretty much the Luthi, the Luathi, those slaves rebelled, took the coastal areas of their own. They pretty much let humans reestablish themselves. You are the descendants of those humans. You are effectively people fighting the tooth and nail for survival. As a jackal, you are, for lack of a better word, professional jackasses. Your job is to go into ancient tombs, ancient places, ancient people, and kill shit. You're effectively wandering mercenaries, and people kind of know it. As a jackal, you have an explicit place in society, and that place is over there killing things we need you to away from me. Now, yeah, scavenger of dead ruins, lost of time, finding places within fabric society. People don't like you. That's one of the things that you kind of got to remember. People really do not enjoy you. They actually hate you because you're a bunch of wandering mercenary psychopaths who they actually hire to do things. But one of the problems is things aren't always good in the land of milk and honey, far, far, far from it. In fact, mostly because that old empire was dealing in some nasty shit. And because of that, chaos rules. There are places that are explicitly pretty fucking evil. And you are on the wrong side of that world that's kind of having some problems. You're going to be trying to fight your way out of here and try to survive. That means things are going to get a little bit complicated. Now, there are a few cultures. Mostly there are 4 cultures. These are fairly important. Now, the Luathi are your main culture. These are the children of bronze, and your Israelites, effectively. They are the natives of this area. They threw off their chains and they fucked some days up. Is there a small implication that the beautiful children of bronze kicked some ass and took some names? Yes. Are they still there? Yeah, they're still doing their job. And they're the ones who control, effectively, the War Road. The War Road is, for lack of a better word, a section of land and territory and road that travels the entire length of the Zarets. As you move along it, everything you do is going to be moving along that war road. Everything you do, everything you kind of act, is going to be following the main route from point A to point B. North to south, south to north, trying your best to survive. Now, they do kind of go over the idea of like what's their faith, what's various traditions going on, what are their appearances, what do they look like, and who are you going to be doing with. Because all of them are slightly different. Now, the Gurwa, however, are a little bit different. For lack of a better word, the Gurwa are the Egyptians. They kind of do their own thing, and a lot of people have left. And they're now kind of making their way into along the war road, and they're like, yeah, we're clearly our own people, but we're kind of in here, but we're also kind of not in here, but we're also pretty much fantasy Egyptian. Fantasy Egyptian. And I'd go over, how everything works. Typical Jackal, outcasts, followers, recruiters, how they look. This does lead to the Melkoni. They're Greek. Not gonna break anything here. They're Greeks. They go around and they do shit. What do they want to do things? Establish their colony of Croilia. They're going to want to establish their colony, and they want to do things there. They're going to find they set up shop, they live, they're kind of a new force here. They're not around here. Now, the Traju, you can see the Traj, these guys are the scary motherfuckers we don't deal with. They're pretty much your typical barbarian. And now, interestingly enough, you notice here, Ultraj seek out to carry some kind of heroic deed or in them place it among the Yata. Glory questers. It's almost like I've heard this before. These guys are, for lack of a better word, Orlanthes. If you've ever played RuneQuest, you know what these guys are. They're the Orlanthe. And they're usually big fucking tall. They're big, they're scary. They are barbarian badasses who are usually in the wrong way of things. Now, making a character is pretty easy. They kind of give you a bunch of resources. They actually have a fillable character sheet, which I always find nice because I like fillable character sheets. Come up with your concept, choose your culture, and these are going to give you some initial bonuses. Now, these virtues are fairly important because this is going to help you out anytime you're making certain checks. So, for example, I made a Melkoni. Typicus is a Melkoni. And as you can kind of see here, he gets a 5 to his melee combat, 5 to his trade, 10 to his dodge, 10 to his influence. Pretty easy. Now, all of these things are going to give him slight bonuses by virtue of being that. That's your virtue. That's your people's thing. So, for example, if you're a Melkoni, you can be the fires of life, or passionate people, and let those passions run wild. Next one, violence or a lustful life will aid them. So yeah. Be a jackass, like just play to your virtues and play to your ideals. If you play to your virtues and ideals, your life is going to get a lot easier. If you can choose to be a ritualist, this is an important thing. Ritualists are your magicians. Magicians are not to be trusted. Kill all magicians. You don't really have to kill all magicians because every single one of the actual traditions, every single one of the different cultures have their own different version of traditions. So, for example, if you're playing a Luathi here, you might be a Hashir. You're a lore master, a student of the past, whose knowledge of law can affect the world around them. But if you're a Melkoni, follow the warrior of Lycos. You are quite literally a follower of a demigod, and you're trying to fight and invoke their rights. That's the entire point. You get 17 attribute points with everything beginning at 9, but you can't have anything higher than 18. You can take corruption to get bonus points. I took 2 corruption to give 19 total points, and this is what our stats looked like. 15 strength, 13 deafness, 15 vitality, 13 courage, and 6 wisdom. You can reduce things down to kind of move things around. But as you can see, Chippicus is very strong, he's very enduring, he's quite deft and courageous, he's not the wisest in the world, and he has no devotion, because he's not a ritualist, doesn't need to worry about it. Devotion is only used if you are a ritualist. If your character is not a ritualist, they get no devotion. But yeah, generally speaking, I will say this. Deafness is really important. Deafness is really important. Courage is really important. Wisdom, not so much. We'll get to that in a minute. Oh. Now, then we're going to have to calculate our derives. Now, initiative is pretty simple. Pretty much whatever your deafness is, plus 1d6. Hence why I say deafness is very good. Deafness is very, very good. Melee bonuses don't really extend too far up, so as long as you have like a 13 or like a 12, you're doing pretty good. Like getting up to like a 15 or 16, that's a lot of points for a d6 bonus. Don't have very little strength though, you will die immediately. You will not have a good time. Have the exact opposite of a good time, in fact, as you will die. Everyone will make fun of you, and it'll be hilarious. Now, this is where we get into things such as how many times how far can you move? 10 plus deafness. Metal, how's your will to fight, and endurance, which we will get to. Vitality plus courage. Wounds, vitality divided by 2. Deafness plus courage divided by 5. Clash points are fairly unique in addition in this game. I'll say that. Oh no, Dex. Dex supremacy again. Well, but yes, we do have a little bit of Dex supremacy in this game. Dex is kind of good in a lot of things. And courage is actually used a lot more than I thought it would be, mostly when it comes to metal. Like, if you want to make a really good warrior, I should have probably switched around my strength and my deafness around. Because you can afford to have a little bit less strength if you can just get more points to be a better warrior. Especially when you get down to clash points. Clash points are, that's a mechanic. And this also brings us to Valor. I'm going to wait on Valor. Valor is insane. And I don't know why in God's holy name is it written the way that it is. It's very strange. But to give you an idea, this is Chippicus. Chippicus has 5 clash points. He's got 14 metal, 42 Valor. But this is, again, not quite right. And you kind of see, various, his fate, his destiny, and all his various skills and his talents, his traits, his magic that he completely ignored. Now, he is a base movement of 14, an initiative of, say, plus 13, but it's, again, you gotta remember, it's 1d6 plus 13. Various items. So technically, anytime he stabs you with his spear, he's doing 1d10 plus 1d6 damage, which is nothing to shake your finger at. All right, cool. Easy enough to understand. Now we're having to get the skills. Okay, let's talk about skills. So, each category is going to get a pool of percentage points that add to starting skill value. You only generate these pools at character creation. Attributes increases do not affect skill points once play begins. Still, exchange points between pools at 2-to-1 basis. It'll reduce a pool of urban skills by 24 for 12 additional knowledge points. Yeah. So, this is how you calculate your basic skills. This is how you calculate your Gilgamesh to the abstract concept of death. I will sure win because my speed is superior. Now, this is actually how you're going to be calculating all of pretty much your common skills. And mind you, all of them do have their own baseline. This is how you do your defensive skills. Deafness, courage. This is how you do your martial skills. Deafness, courage. This is how you do your knowledge skill. Actually, no, this is how you do your urban skills. Courage, deafness. Like, yeah, courage and deafness are really valuable. Because think about it like this. Every point you put into this is technically 3 more skill points here, 3 more skill points here, But down here is where you get things like, that's 10 more points. And you may need somewhere else. It's 10 more points. It's 10 more points. 10 more points. Having high courage and high deftness is better than having a higher wisdom, higher strength, or higher vitality. It's a little bit weird when it comes to that. But this is Chippicus's skills, as you can kind of see here. Chippicus is what we would like to casually refer to as a little bit of a jack of all trades. He has pretty well-rounded common skills. He's pretty well-rounded there. He's got pretty good defensive skills. He's got pretty damn good martial skills. He's got 75 in melee combat. He's got pretty good culture. Not really good at anything else in his knowledge skills. Technically, this isn't correct. For some unholy reason, it's linked to craft. So I don't know why that's the case. I do not know. And then we have our very basic urban skills. You don't, like, you always feel like you have some points. I wish this would be a little bit more, I wish I had a little bit more options to play around here. Maybe some like free points, or arguably take this system out entirely and replace it with something else. It's kind of like, let me either have like a shit ton of points to fuck around with, so I actually feel pretty competent right off the bat, or like give me like almost like a life path system that's going to give me like packages of skills. So it's like, okay, I'm a cool warrior because I took a bunch of packages saying that I'm a good warrior. That's just a me thing. Each of these, there are no skills that are like really obtuse, if that makes sense. None of them are like, wow, this one, I've never seen this one before. I've surely never seen sailing. Wow, sailing. Oh no, willpower. Woo! Explode. No, skills are pretty generic, all things considered. If you want to go down more of the like ritualist path, then you start getting a little bit more. Then you actually have to kind of like start, you know, dividing things up. I have no idea what's. Then you have to start kind of dividing things up a little bit more, but not really. Like, that makes sense. Like, you're not really divvying that much up. Now, yeah, traits have in-game effects and specific skills. Now, each trait, what this allows you to do anytime you roll, how the game effectively works is it's going to be D10 roll, bash my microphone. It's going to be D100 roll under. So I'm going to be rolling under. I'm like, wow, I scored a 7. I'm super critical. Awesome. I'm amazing. I am the greatest. What you can do if you have an appropriate trait that allows you to do is allows you to take another 10 die, roll it, and check it out. Be like, hey, I've taken, I've rolled an 86. I would have failed the check anyway. I look at it. But what happens is, if you score dubs actually crit. If you critically fail, if you roll dubs and you roll over, you're fucked. You roll dubs and you roll under, you're good. That's a lot of it. I've used this same system before when it comes to D100 systems. It works pretty good. These are some like the basic general traits. You can go for more specific ones, such as the Melkoni ones, like, hey, you have the Arms of Rayla. Anytime you use melee combat with short spear and shield, you get something. Hey, anytime you do Refugee of the Western War, Endurance Law. Oh, Student of the Melkonian Wars. Cool. Jewel of Melkon. Cool. You do get quite a lot of things here to kind of play around with. And it's like neat. And I wish there was something sometimes a little bit more to work with, but hey, maybe that's just me. Some kind of basic questions, and you get pretty much 2 packages. You either get range weapon, a close combat weapon, and a dagger, or you get a shield and a close combat weapon, and another close combat weapon, and a dagger. Yeah, so generally speaking, do you want a big fucking weapon, or do you want a small weapon? I went with a shield, with a sword and shield. Actually, I went with a spear and shield. You get some basic stuff here, and that's really it. You do mark everything in shekels, though, which I do find shekels to be funny. I don't know why I find shekels funny, but I do. Oi. Oi vey, goy. Goy, what are you doing? I'm Jewish, I can say these things. So, that's really, we got some very basic equipment, and it's a little bit weird how equipment is also kind of like dedicated out. Don't need to worry about it too much. Everything is in silver shekels. Now, these are the extent of the weapons. Weapons are very abstracted out. I want to make a light one-handed weapon. You're going to have a dagger. I want to make a medium one-handed weapon. You're going to have a leaf-bladed sword. Hey, I want to have a heavy one-handed weapon. You're going to have a spear. I purposely went for a spear, a one-handed spear, and a Melkoni's shield. Those were my two weapons. You got some very basic range weapons. I wish these were a little bit more specific to give them each something a little bit more unique. I understand why they aren't unique, but I wish they were a little. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, Jackals skip the weapons range with no penalty. If they shoot beyond that, up to double the range, they take a 50% to range combat. Now, armor is like raw armor just reduces the amount of damage you're going to be taking. That's it. And it's going to be whether it's going to be soft or hard. Generally speaking, everyone's going to get soft armor, and you're not going to get hard armor till much later. There really isn't any benefit, any drawback to not taking leather armor unless you are playing a ritualist with a very specific idea. You should usually take leather armor. As you can kind of see here with the Melkoni's shield, with my big fuck off shield. Let's see here. Technically me shield bashing you is just about the same as me actually stabbing you, because I am literally a brick shit house. But as you can kind of see here, it's like, I'm not really too exciting. You don't really get that many options for just like raw stuff. But I mean, it's not really that bad. I didn't take any items. I didn't feel like that was really I don't really need to. This was this example, but you can buy a cat. You want to buy a cat? Or you want to buy a sheep? You buy a sheep. Buy a cow. I like buying cows. Want to buy a riding horse? Riding horses are good. We like riding horses. Food and lodging. Cool. Encumbrance. Generally speaking, if your encumbrance is too high, you're going to start taking some big penalties there. Yeah, 12 items in her backpack. 2. Her encumbrance total is 7. You're going to be carrying a bunch of stuff. If you ever go over, you're going to start taking clash point penalties as well as metal damage. Which metal damage is bad. Now, this is the clash system. I already kind of explained it to you all. It's a D100 system. Not exactly what we would like to refer to as the most exciting of systems in the world, but hey, we don't need to be exciting. What we need to be is good. And you want to know what? It's decent. I don't hate it. A little simple, but I get the point. Basic difficulty modifiers. Any opposed roll. Pretty standard stuff. I'm going to be rolling, but you're going to be rolling. Whoever has the highest roll on the check is going to win. So kind of the idea there is, hey, we're making a race. If we both fucking fail, we're just neither of us are going to win. We're both losers. But if one of us succeeds, we might be able to do pretty good with each other. So let's say, for example, we do like a perception versus stealth. So I'm going to be making a perception check. So I make a perception check. I roll a 10. He's gonna make a. I'm gonna make a perception check over here, and I fail because he failed and I succeeded. I spot him. He gets spotted. That's pretty much all it is. Very super critical successes. Like you both crit. It's like whoever technically rolls the highest and still is victorious. So rolling a 1 is maybe not the best in the world, but maybe rolling exactly what you need to roll is the best. Yeah, oof. Criticals and fumbles, we already kind of talked about that. Everything rounds down, basic trait rules, not too there. Anytime you use your cultural virtue, though, you can actually increase the level of anything you do by 1. So, for example, let's say I failed a check. I can bump that up to a success by using my cultural virtue. Hey, I've rolled a critical success. I've rolled a success. I can bump that up to a critical success. This is your ability to say, no, I'm going to do something. I'm going to break it past. I'm going to go beyond my limit. Why? Because I have the fires of life inside my bosom. Which is fun to say. But since we believe in Chippicus, we don't need to worry about that too much, right, Chippicus? Now, everyone does also have fate points, which is another meta currency. Not a huge fan of meta currency. Like, I'm not a huge fan of this variety of meta currency. I wish they put it in there a little bit differently. Arguably, I wish they kind of maybe tied it more to like the cultural virtues or something like that, and just kept the dark fate method, because the dark fate's a little different. But generally speaking, hey, invoke a trait negatively, exceptional role playing, completing an act, reroll fail check, reroll damage check, add narrative twist, invoke a talent you do not have, and prevent death at 0. That's pretty much it. And then we get to combat, kind of the main thing of it. We're going to talk about valor points here real fast, and why valor points are fucking insane. So, anytime you get into a fight, you're actually going to be managing this. Your wounds aren't actually wounds, necessarily. So, let's say, for example, let's just say a little example there. I take, it's fight breaks out, let's do it. What's going to happen is I'm going to take whatever my metal is, times how many wounds I've sustained over here up to this value. So, for example, I've sustained no wounds. I'm going to have valor times 3. I'm going to have my metal times 3 valor. So I have a metal of 14. So my total valor is going to be 42. That's my over health. You want to calculate your valor at the start of every combat. But let's say, for example, something happens. Let's say, oh no, I've taken a bunch of wounds. My valor has been broken. I take some wounds. I'm now here. What is going to happen now, I'm on this second category. So another fight breaks out. I'm only going to have 28 valor now, because I've taken all these wounds, which is going to make it so taking wounds is going to be a lot easier. It's a little bit funky. I will say that. Little odd the way that they want you to do it. But I kind of understand the idea. Because it is, to kind of give you an idea, valor is your overhealth. Valor protects your wound. But wounds feed into total valor. So you end up in kind of a cyclical situation where, hey, I want to keep valor high. Keep valor high to make sure that I can continue getting my total valor. But there's an interesting little equation here, something else in here. Your metal. Your metal is your total valor. Your metal makes your valor. Metal can decrease for a variety of reasons. You may take a very nasty wound early on. You might just be really fucking tired. If you march all day and all night to a location and then immediately get into a fight, your metal may be lower because you're fucking tired. So you have this situation where your metal is going to inform how much valor you get to protect your wounds, which is going to inform your total valor. And it goes around in a it goes in a nice little circle. And it's odd. Am I like the biggest super fan of this system? I don't know. And I don't know if it's just because the way that it's kind of worded a little bit weirdly, or it's because like I would need to see it in motion, or the fact that I think the big thing is like you have to fill it out every single time. Now, we're going to be rolling initiative. Initiative does things a little bit differently than what we would traditionally think. Effectively, let's say for example, we roll a 16, 12, and 16, 12, and like 19. The enemy, on the other hand, this is our allies. Our enemies, on the other hand, are enemies. Enemies roll a 14, 8, and a 14, 8, and like an 18. What it's going to do is it's going to be our allies, an ally at 19. It is then going to be an ally. It's going to be an enemy on 18. Ally at 16. It's going to be an ally at 16. Enemy at 14. Ally at 12. Ally at 12 and enemy at 8. The thing is here is that any of our allies can go at 19. Any of our allies can go at 16. Any of our allies can go at 12, as long as they haven't acted before. So you might be the person who rolled a 12, but you're going to act on 19. The enemies are going to be kind of more tied to whatever they rolled, because they're more broken up in the groups. But I don't know how I would refer to this as, but I do kind of like it. It pretty much makes that really fast characters, like a character whose sole thing is just being stupidly fast, does have an advantage of making sure that even their allies get to go quicker than them. So you can have a brick shithouse of a man, and he may not be rolling very high, but he's also but you also have Speedy Gonzalez on your side, and Speedy Gonzalez has made sure that he gets to go first, cross the field, and murder someone immediately. Oh no. Now, there are morale checks, not many morale checks. You can still fight them. Yeah, they're pretty much going to just rout if you take out a good chunk of them. Basic combat rounds. Now, we're going to go over clash points now. Now, we have some basic actions, moving, basic attacks. Actually, I should go for basic attacks a little bit. Pretty much, whatever you're going to be doing, you're going to be rolling under whatever you need. If Chipagus needs to make an attack against you, he's going to take his dice. He's going to roll under his 75% melee combat. Roll, like, wow, he rolled a 3. Actually, he rolled 30. So he rolled under his melee combat, and he successfully bashed your skull in. Cool. And that's pretty much it. Now, there are some special cases. You see, like, oh, weapon and shield. You can spend that 2 weapons. You can, fight a little bit different. Hey, if you're using a 2-handed weapon, you actually lose clash points, but you actually get to do a good deal of damage. Now, whoever wins the clash is going to do damage to you. You're going to reduce your valor first, then wound. Now, this is the idea of, kind of a clash result. Because, and let me see if I can find the, now, this is the idea of the clash points. Every single round, you're going to get a number of clash points. Those clash points can be used for a variety of things. You want to make a dodge check against a ranged attack, you're going to spend a clash point. You want to do a clash against a charging enemy with a ranged attack, you're going to make a clash point. You want to make a clash with a melee attack, spend 1. If I want to defend myself against an enemy, with me doing it actively, I'm going to have to spend this meta currency to then start the fight. He jumps down, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I swing my sword out, we go bang, bang, bang. And if I win the clash with his attack, I get to stab him. So, like, if you're a really good fighter and someone's attacking you, you can use your own clash points to really turn it against them. And suddenly, you stabbed a guy through the gut who wanted to attack you on his turn. Now, just about anything is going to be using these. I wouldn't necessarily call them action points either, because they aren't quite action points, because you don't use them to do everything. But they do quite a few different things, because you can also use them to do bonuses. Hey, you want to do a power attack? 2 clash points. You want to do a precise blow? Well, that's going to be a +5. Well, it's going to cost you a clash point, and you're going to get it. You're going to get a +5. Or hey, sweeping arc. If an attack hits, deal half damage to adjacent one. Maybe you spend a little bit more there. I would say clash points are more like enhancement points. They give you an ability to enhance your abilities in some way. I wish there were a few more. Apparently, in the supplement book, they do add a few more of these. But yeah, that is effectively how it works. You do end up in the idea of criticals and successes and things like that. If you do, for example, you crit somebody and you just absolutely mong someone, you can do a shit ton of damage ignoring actual damage. Now, one thing though is that if you score both criticals, you both attack one another for full damage, ignoring protection. And whoever survives gets a fate point. So yeah, critting one another in a combat can actually kill one another because you just hit each other perfectly. And it's like, cool. That's neat. Generally speaking, like, those are really the only actions you're really going to be doing at any point. You're going to be moving and attacking. Occasionally you can do other things, but you're gonna need to spend things. Hey, you want to challenge somebody? Like, even like, I want to break something. Cool, I want to challenge somebody. Now, if you want to challenge somebody, you want to taunt an opponent. If you succeed, cost to react to anyone but is increased. Now, one of the things here that's a little bit interesting is what happens is, hey, I want to challenge you. Boom, 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 boom. Fight me, fight me, fight me. Suddenly, hey, he turns around, I'm going to fucking kill you. The clash points increase, so someone else can come up behind him and now burn away his clash points. Like, okay, if you want to actually defend yourself against this guy, oh no, you may not have the ability to do such. This does lead to scarring. At the end of the fight, you're going to get some scars. If you filled in 1 or more runes, fill in all the wounds, get a few wounds remaining, only 1 rune remaining. You got hit with flame, particularly brutal enemy. You're going to roll a D100 and you're going to establish pretty much what you end up doing. Minor scarring, permanent -1 metal, permanent -2 metal. Hey, you can get a negative trait with impairments or limb severs or oh god. I don't much care for the scarring mechanic. I get why it's here. I understand it. I am not a fan of it. Because, like, kind of the idea is, if you take any wounds, like if they go through 42 HP and they hit Chipicus for 1 damage, he's going to have to make a scarring check. He rolls, and most of the time he should be fine, but if he does get a really bad roll, he could lose metal, which is just kind of a crippling blow to him. And it's like, ow, that kind of sucks. Especially if you end up rolling really, really poorly and get things like, nasty scarring, minor impairments, or even down to things such as getting a limb severed. Ooh. Yeah, not my personal favorite thing in the world, but I understand why people might like it. Travel checks. There's a basic travel system in place. All travel is going to do is going to make you take metal damage. If you take a bad amount of metal damage, that means you're going to have less health overall. Now, this brings us to good old rights. The right way of doing things. Now, just about everything you do, let's say we go to a very basic one, the Balm of Kahar. The Balm of Kahar. Now, this is going to cost you 4 devotion points. It's also going to cost you 2 clash points. It has a very specific tradition you need to do, has a basic range, basic instance, and the basic idea is the target heals 1d8 wound. If you crit, does not heal full, and crit, you're going to heal the full row of wounds. That's it. Now, you can take advancements. If I scroll up here a bit, specific advancements associated with the rank. Now, there are other things that you can get. Pretty much you have magic points, and those magic points allow you to do things. Now, there is not really a overt way to I'm going to be the magic caster. You're never really going to be just the magic guy. That's not really your thing, if that makes sense. Being the magic guy means that you're just really invested in the ritualist side of things. And the more ritualism things you have, the better you're all going to be doing at them, but you're also maybe not having the most amount of them. Because you still have to make a check on these, don't forget. And that's really it. Hey, touch of law, hands over the Alwyn of Calipius. By touching the corrupted creature of the Kahar can scorch them with the power of the law. Literally suing someone to death. The tongues of men and beasts, the crack of the flame. The crack of the flame. The path of the moons. Yeah, the Gurwa rites. Yeah, powder of... Yeah, each of them do feel a little bit different. And I like the fact that they do feel different. Some of them don't have to deal with clash points. Some of them don't have to deal... Some of them have very different ways of actually... Some of them actually have very different ways of having to buy things. Or they have to do things entirely different. Yeah, it's like, hey, if you want to do the powder of Ibn Halhenef, it actually just costs money. It costs 3 reagents, which you're going to have to get those reagents, mind you, but they don't really actually cost devotion points. But you can do summoning rites and things like that. There are quite a few of these. And you always feel like you always have something to do. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. It's fun to have these abilities, but they're not like, oh, you don't have these, you failed miserably. Is someone going to play a cleric? Yeah, probably. You can also play a demon magic person. Don't play demon magic. Just don't do it. You're cringe if you like demon magic, everybody. You're cringe. Was RuneQuest already covered? I've not covered RuneQuest on here before, which you're going to hear my opinion on that in a bit here, actually, Sterner. I haven't covered RuneQuest on here before, because generally speaking, this wasn't a case on RuneQuest. This was a case on games of Elder Eras. I feel Jackals is a fascinating game for that reason. You know, active advancements. Generally speaking, you're going to get slow passive advancements over time, which you might get a little 5%, little 3%. If you really fuck up and fumble horribly, you can actually get a huge amount of bonuses. 10 up, 6, 4. That's a good amount of stuff here. So you always want to kind of use your abilities. So it's like, hey, you want to use your... You want to really use your abilities, like, pretty consistently. It's like, hey, I want to make a perception check. I'm getting better perception. I want to make an endurance check. I'm better at endurance. I want to make a ranged combat check. Bonus. If you have an active, you're going to be giving out active ones a little bit more consistently. And it's things like, hey, you can increase the skill level of a level 100 or less by 10%. You can learn a new right. You are increasing attribute by 1. Cool. You can get new traits, get new abilities. You're pretty much always going to be getting new things for it. If you do manage to get above 100%, every interval of 20, you're actually going to get some insane, pretty good fucking abilities here. So kind of if we go down to, let's say, like martial skill for like melee. Hey, here's with the talent while wielding a sword, staff, or khopesh can attempt to disarm their opponent. Make attack roll at half skill. Once successful, they toss their opponent's weapon a number of yards away, equal to their strength. Oh shit. Like, yeah, I'm gonna knock your ass away. Usually these things are pretty cool. I wish they integrated this earlier, though. I wish they integrated the idea of kind of the more skill talents a little bit earlier for people to be like, yeah, cool. I would like to have a rending strike a little bit better. I would like to have, a thrust bit of cool. I'd like to have that a little bit more consistently to give characters a little bit more face, if that makes sense. A little bit more stuff to do individually. But there's plenty of talents, lots of fate ones, which are all about, like, fate talents are like, hey, you can just get a fate point to do more, cooler and more things. Usually involving you dying. Now, this is kind of the full thing of the War Road and its various locations. It's the setting Bible, effectively. The setting is pretty fun. Simple. It's very, very basic, if that makes sense. It does its job, and that's all you really need to worry about it. They do talk about, like, here, as for the GM, like, this is what you should do, this is how you're going to be doing it. And now, one of the things that they want you to really worry about pretty consistently is, let me see if I can find, is corruption. Now, pretty much, you're going to gain corruption as long as you're being a jackass. Corruption builds up, and it's bad. Don't do it. Hey, you're stealing shit from lawful sources. Well, it's not really that bad if you only steal 99 shekels. It is. Or like, hey, you have a corrupted artifact. You're going to get corruption. Corruption is bad, but corruption is good. Pretty much, corruption gives you free fate points, and you're going to get a lot more anytime you get more corruption. Generally speaking, you want to start burning dark fate to do things. It's like, oh, dark fate really does change the nature of things, because it's like, I want to get more fate points so I can survive more. And it's like, oh, I'm doing really good. Oh, I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good. And you get more and more fate points. However, the higher your corruption builds, more things start going wrong. Where it's like, hey, you're getting corruption of the mind, or you're getting more things to get free devotion to evil shit, corruption of the flesh. You're losing connection with certain things. You're going insane, and you're going Bananarama insane, and can be characters damn your mind, body, and soul is damned becomes an NPC. Yeah, I know. It's like, oh. And some of these are your standard, terrible, terrible, terrible everything checks that are just miserable for everyone involved. Generally speaking, if you want to get rid of it, you have to make an atonement per season. Prayers at sunrise, donation to a temple. You're Melkoni, you have to endure this. You endure travel to Cairo, Royal, endure the 7 trials of Lycos. Yeah, temperance, scouring. There's a lot of things that you can do there, and you're going to get a lot more negative traits over time. They are bad. Because pretty much, anytime you do worse, your life is going to get harder. If it ever comes up, you're always going to choose the worst result. It's always going to be like just a little bit worse, a little bit not as good. And that kind of sums up the game, I think, pretty well. They do over like, here's some encounter tables, here's some random items, there's some magic gear you can work with. Oh boy, you want to hire some hirelings? Cool. Here's some cool things. Now, see, like your advancement, and like, oh, make sure you got your recognition. Make sure you don't forget about your various your seasonal actions, like carousing, trying to get a commission item, finding rumors, or God help us all, increasing, researching or acquiring patrons who really, really want to pay you money for free. Yay. That's kind of the idea. Like, they kind of go over like a variety of them. You want to just invest in a home. Yeah, you can buy a house for some people. And of course, it's always a good idea to retire. Active advancement, rounded down. Attracting jackals of some much renown, such as the rules for Cleos. Yeah, they want you to like get more abilities and like have fun, retire forward. Various beasties are in here. Beasts are pretty simple stuff. They look kind of like this. And they do have their own collection of clash points and their own varieties of abilities. You want to fight a giant? Fine, go fight a giant. They're going to fuck your day up. And it's going to suck for you. It'll be funny, loser. They do have a much more refined thing, because they don't actually have all the skills. They only have a variety of them. They don't really have, they don't have valor. They just have wounds. It's little things like that. It pretty much helps people get them across a little bit more, especially when you are doing things like this, where it's like, yeah, here's a combat range. If you roll really well, you might be able to just absolutely body someone. Or like wolves. Hey, we want to run. If we were doing combat stuff going on here, they do a lot of things here. Jackals. I appreciate Jack. That's I appreciate it. Good job, Jackals. I think you're pretty neat. You have an adventure in the back. But what's the thing with Jackals? What's the dealio? I'm going insane. Help me, Alan. Save me, Gilgamesh. Jackals is a fascinating game for one reason. Do you want to... Actually, no. How do I want to word this properly? Do you like RuneQuest? Ask yourself that right now. Do you like RuneQuest? Do you want to not learn all of RuneQuest bullshit sometimes? Because RuneQuest actually does have quite a few different things. You gotta learn the lore a little bit. God help you if you don't know the lore enough. Gotta make sure you know all the little systems. And that's not even dealing with BRP is already, extensive background. Oh. And do you just want to say, I want to play a legally distinct Glorantha? Well, kind of like what I said with Urban Shadows. Jackals is a legally distinct version of things like RuneQuest, of any of those kind of games. It's like, do you just kind of want to play RuneQuest with the serial numbers filed off? Jackals works. You want to make your own version of it? Jackals can kind of be taken and put somewhere else very easily. You'll need to do some things with like, oh, hey, change the virtues and change this, but that'll take 5 minutes. It's very simple to just kind of modify Jackals to do something else. And I think that's the point. Because I can guarantee you one thing. I can guarantee you that The main author, our Debussy or whatever the fuck his name is, Defoe, he has a version of Jackals on his hard drive right now, which is Glorantha. He has the entire thing written out for Glorantha. And just because that's the thing he talks about the most, that's the thing he likes the most, that's the thing he focuses on. And he probably plays his RuneQuest games using this system with just his friends. It's like, oh, well, no, of course not. I play it in my exciting new setting that's completely unique. And let's be honest with ourselves here. I would not be surprised if there is, again, kind of a version of it, because he's talked about, mind you. He has talked about saying, hey, I want to, how do you run RuneQuest in different systems? And it's like, oh, how do you run RuneQuest in different systems? And surprisingly, surprising no one, how could this be? We have an entire thing here. It's like, oh, wait a second. Jackals is kind of like a legally distinct Glorantha. They use 13th Age and Glorantha Lamau. It's part of the official materials. Exactly. And I think Jackals was kind of written... I think Jackals started off as his own version of RuneQuest. And I think it just developed from there, and he's like, I think this is good enough to kind of justify having its own setting. So he made the actual War Road, and people kind of expanded onto it. And then we go all the way over here, and here we are. Notepad's RuneQuest when. If I ever do make a game that's pretty much just RuneQuest, but not, I'm just going to make King of Dragon Pass the role-playing game. And I do mean we're just going to be making the most autistic cow-counting simulator available. You will count the cows. You will fuck over the cotters. There will be weapon thanes dying randomly when they really shouldn't. Fucking weapon thanes always die when I don't need them to. 13th Age is hard to describe. 13th Age, the best way to think about it is 13th Age is the best refinement of 4E available. It did everything 4E was kind of trying to do, but better. And it has the unfortunate quality, the unfortunate reality of just kind of being good. Good. Not like, holy shit, this is the greatest game known to human history. No, it's good. Solid 8 out of 10. But nobody talks about 8 out of 10. No one talks about the 7.5 out of 10s. Of course not. People talk about the 10 out of 10s or 1 out of 10s. What's Jackal? Jackals is a solid 7.5. I like Jackals. I think this game works pretty damn well. It does exactly what it wants you to do. It gives you just enough to make sure that you can wet your whistle, but it also kind of looks at you being like, hey, we know you want to play something else. Wink, wink, wink. If you want more, you can buy the supplement book, which is going to give you a lot more. So it's like, cool, I've got a lot more stuff going on, I have more tools to play with, and I can play Legally Distinct Glorantha in here. Cool, cool, I get everything I want with no problems associated with it. So it's like, if you don't really want to get invested in like the RuneQuest lore, but want the RuneQuest feel, here we go, Jackals. But this is going to bring us to our, no chipping. Ooh. Oh, goodness. Oh, someone's pinging people. I don't like it when that happens. Is it going to be cringe? No. So, our final game we're going to go over is Centurion. Or a game about being a Centurion. Not really. And of course I need Iroicus, the dutiful veteran Centurion, our hero of man, heroes of man, legionaries of Rome, Probably being written by a new paradigm writer and a hardcore grognard. Yeah, pretty much. So, Legionaries of Rome is actually written by a guy named Fraser Ronald. Now, Fraser here, unlike the Centurions when gladiators are available, imagine that. Now, Fraser Ronald is a kind of a weird dude. Fraser Ronald TTRPG. Let me bring him up. Now, he's done quite a few different things. This is his website. This is Fraser. Now, he's done things such as Sword Noir, hardcore role-playing, hard-boiled sword and sorcery, Kiss My Axe, Centurion back in 2014, Nefertiti Overdrive, The Wall, Head Crushers, League of Misfits, Resistance Earth, Riggers, Metahumans in the Shattered World, and Nefertiti Overdrive 2e. Or Direct Action, as well as Direct Action, Covert Forces, and Special Operators. Yep, this is, and all the shit and all the adventures that he's written for it, it was like, oh, he was big in the D20 Modern era. You kind of see here, D20 Modern era, that's really what his big thing was. D20 Modern, and he kind of went from there. A lot of short fiction as well. And this is... Everyone say hi to Fraser. Everyone say hi to Fraser. Gotta see here. You'll live her famous, follows few lines, maybe interest, page devoted to each. Yeah, this is Centurion. Quite a few different things. A lot of adventure paths. Like, I would say his big thing is adventure paths, kind of, I think, coming from that D20 era. And he does, the thing is, he does actually talk about things quite a bit. Now, Nefertiti Overdrive, I think, is like the thing that he's been kind of focusing on, because this is one of those things where you look at it, you're like, it's a what? It's a what? High octane action in ancient Egypt. What does that mean? Defying physics and common sense, you are legendary heroes protecting the royal house of the 25th dynasty, Egypt, from internal enemies and the marauding Assyrian army. It is a role-playing game of crazy wire-fu action set in ancient Egypt. He even described it originally as Nefertiti Overdrive as a Egyptian wuxia. That's how he literally described it. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, there's quite a few of these, actually. Centurion is still his most expensive for 20 raw dollary dues. And let me do Centurion, Legions of Rome, TTRPG. If we go to drive-through here, it's only a silver seller, which is pretty good, all things considering. Nefertiti Overdrive is only a copper seller. Centurion probably has the most sales of anything, but Nefertiti is like the thing that he wants people to kind of play. Newest title, you kind of see second edition, all of this counterterrorism stuff, Sword Noir. But if you look over like what people are buying, it's Centurion. And this was a Kickstarter. You kind of see here. This was a Kickstarter back in 2013. Quite a few stuff here. Now, Fraser, though, is not the one to not do things. Farewell, Something Lovely. Funding unsuccessful. Nefertiti Overdrive, Ancient Egyptian Wuxia. Funding unsuccessful. Funding successful. Funding successful. Sagas of the Sea People. Funding unsuccessful. Sword Noir, second edition. I give the guy credit. Was Conan Bronze Age? The answer was no. Riddle Steel rings a bell to you. Oh, right. It was solidly outside the Bronze Age, Joe. Sure. I kind of made the Elder Era's anything like... I try to make the idea that the Elder Era's case is pretty much anything pre-AD. And this is very firmly set in the Roman Republic era, not Roman Empire. And just because it's just like things get a little bit wonky. I mean, hell, we went over the fucking Aztec game. Yeah, this guy has done quite a few different games at this point. He's done quite a few of them, and kind of see, you know, Bloody Crown. This is actually his new book series. Like, this is his book series that he's been. Yeah, he's trying his best to be better at doing Twitter. I get you, brother. Don't worry, Fraser, man. I'm with you, brother. Don't worry, Mr. Frasers. Let's see. Who do you... Oh, I don't... Oh, no. Oh, no. You're Canadian. I always forget you're Canadian. Weird thing to note. I wonder if I can find is Fraser. Fraser Ronald, TTRPG, Tweeter. Not Fraser Simmons. Let's see if I can find his. I want to find your Twitter. Fraser, give me your Twitter. Yeah, him and his multiple websites that all do something slightly different with one another. Why does he have multiple websites? I don't know. I have my 2 websites, and I do pretty reliable and with my 2. And I'm perfectly happy with my 2. So let's do there we go. Accidental Fraser. This is Fraser. Hello, Mr. Fraser. He's most of the time he's just talking about stuff. Like just stuff and Korea. He really likes Korea. Like he's literally me. Like the guy is grinding. The guy, yeah, best Korea? Like, yeah, he likes South Korea because he taught there. And he just kind of does stuff. 21,000 tweets. And it's like, oh boy. Oh boy, time for it's just one of those like bizarre things being like, yeah, this is just this guy posting about his life and his various weird ass games. He's done a lot of them, and I'm curious now to see what Nefertiti Overdrive is about. One day we will find Nefertiti Overdrive, and we'll really Nefertiti our life away. Maybe the real Nefertiti were the friends we made along the way. But we, of course, we bring you Iroicus. Beautiful. Now, what is this game? He's going to tell you us about a foreword. He's going to talk about various things. Also, hello, Mark Diaz-Truman, for guiding the Kickstarter and taking care of fulfillment. Have no fear, Mark Diaz-Truman, because life is a circle. Because remember, everybody, this is the most important thing you have to remember, is that life is a circle and it is a noose. Hop on in. We're going on an adventure because everything comes together. It is. Now, interesting kind of goes into various people. He's kind of thanking a bunch of people. I do like you know what I mean? Here's like the GM section. Even he's like, fuck you. This is what it is. Fuck off. You know what we're doing here. Tells you what's going on. Now, one of the most important things about Centurion is a test. The test is what really makes things go. But have no fear, this is from that era. Don't you believe it? This is from that era. And because it is an indie game from that era, we have a very certain game. What? He is a completely normal guy. Yeah, he's just a normal dude. Like, that's all, like, you can really say. He's just a normal dude. Unfortunately, he's found us. In Centurion, players take the role of legionnaires, allies, or auxiliaries in the military of the Roman Republic. Now, this is a very important thing to note, that this is very specifically about the military. This is about Roman military stuff, but not really at the same time. You're pretty much you're the A-team of the Roman military. You guys are the ones who are the only ones available to do things. Hell yeah, let's do it. Fuck yeah. Pretty much every single thing you have is going to be a quality of some variety. That quality can be things like woodsman, it's going to be things like blacksmith, or Iroicus. Our elements are traveler, handyman, and learned. And he has his basic traits of physical, mental, and social. These do not change. These elements are going to be the thing that are mostly going to be increasing, and we'll get to aspects. Now, this is where things get a little bit wonky. Every single thing you do is actually measured in D6s. Everything is D6s. However, each quality is rated in D6s. But you can convert these dice into different dice. As you can kind of see here, for example, 1d6, pretty much it's half a d6 equals d4. d6 equals d6, 2d6 equal 1d8, 4d6 equal 1d10, and then it's 8d6 equals 1d12, and finally 20d6 equals 1d20. Now, you may be looking at this being like, no, Paz, that math looks a little bit wonky. There was a reason for it, and it kind of... We'll get that. He writes a lot of RPGs. There's no way he's not on the spectrum. Sterner, now! But player character creation, generally speaking, you're all going to be cool guys. Everything is going to be made up of concept, traits, and your element. Even your basic concept over here counts as a trait for you to leverage. That's pretty important. Every single thing is going to be a collection of D6s. Now, you're going to be ranking your various traits. You're always going to have a 1, 2, and a 3. I put mine in social because Iroicus isn't the most talkative type, but he's very strong and he's quite intelligent. But not like, he's not a scholar by any virtue, by any measure, but he is not a dumb man, as you can tell by his rippling muscles and classic Roman physique. Now, various elements, you're only going to have 7d6 to really worry about things, though, but you can increase your concept with it. Your pivots, on the other hand, pivots are going to give you bonuses. These are goals that give you aspect dice. Get to aspect dice in a minute. Now, every single concept has to be either a valorous, dutiful, or honorable. Those are going to be your big 3 for your concepts. And anything kind of works. So it's like, I'm an honorable Illyrian. I am a dutiful veteran Centurion. I am I'm a honorable Syrian auxiliary. I am a valorous young tribune. Things like that. You have to be one of the 3 aspects, and then your basic job. And the more specific, sometimes the better, but you generally want to keep things pretty broad. It's where you're from, really. Pretty much it's where you're from and what you do. Hey, I'm a Roman fixer. Cool. And you can kind of make things around, being like, hey, I'm an honorable Roman, like a fucking, legionnaire. Because I'm an honorable Roman legionnaire, I can leverage the fact that I'm a Roman. I am from Rome. Not the Empire, not the Republic. I am from the city itself. But for example, Irokis is a veteran. He's seen some shit. He's been around the block a few times. He damn well knows what's going on because he's a veteran Centurion. He may not be able to leverage certain things, but he can leverage it in different directions. Now, as you can kind of see here, he goes over quite a few different examples. Now, your traits, obviously, are going to be 1, 2, 3, as we already went over before. Elements can be just about anything. Now, I went pretty basic. I just went Traveler, Handyman, and Learned. So anytime being a Traveler would be helpful, I can add it. Anytime being a Handyman would be useful, I can add it. Anytime being Learned would be useful, I can add it. You can technically make anything these, though generally speaking, it's going to be skills, it's going to be ability. They're a little bit open. Wish there's maybe like a little, I would say like, here's a list of things that we recommend that you could use. Or hey, if you just want something fast, do this. There will be most likely you will need to, if you're running this, you will need to look over everyone's skills, be like, okay, these are good, these are bad. Stop doing what you're doing. I'm going to hit you with a bat because you selected that. Fuck you. And the horse you rode in on. Fuck. You know, various other ethnic slurs. That's appropriate. Now, generally speaking, you can also put items here, but generally you can have every item you need, but if you don't want to put an item there, you don't need to. Anytime you lose an element, for example, you can always get the element back almost immediately. If I have a prize super sword, if I lose my sword by some happenstance, I can then immediately get a battle rage one that kind of covers the same thing. Yeah. However, over time, you're going to get weaknesses. Weaknesses are going to give you a penalty. Things get bad when you have weaknesses. And it's like, oh, anytime you have a problem, you're going to give the opponent bonus dice. You're never going to take away dice from yourself. Anytime there's a penalty or something going wrong, it's somebody is getting a benefit rather than someone taking a penalty to. Now, aspects are a little weird. The basic aspects are duty, which is effectively honor to the Legion, honor, which is honor to society and the family, and valor, which is honor to the self. That's what you can kind of give a basic understanding. As long as you are acting virtuously in front of that, as long as you are following orders without compromise, as long as you are your sense of right action, which reflects well on the family and your clan, or facing danger head on, you're going to be getting aspect dice. The more of these aspect dice you get, the better. You want as many of these as possible, because not only do they act as kind of a meta currency that you can actually spend in on any of your rolls that are appropriate, they are also your way of leveling up. The more aspects you get, the better. Now, that initial one of saying, okay, whatever, stealing how I'm a dutiful one, duty is my main aspect. I want to increase my duty as best I can. However, increasing honor or valor is still going to be useful to me. Not like that's going to be a problem. And cool. But generally speaking, every scene is going to be trying to build up or trying to justify building them. That's good. The more aspects, the better. You can also just get more, You just want to get a little bit more. Like, hey, D6 is equal to 1d6. A d6 from either of the other two aspects are considered a d4. Generally speaking, always draw from your personal pool. That's like really you, but you can do things such as modifying test values, healing damage, which is important, removing conditions, or just outright advancing. Luck is a little bit weird. Luck is a currency. Luck is a currency that is being passed around to player, to GM, to anyone. You're going to be getting luck if you roll a 1 on anything. Even if you succeed, if you roll a 1, you're going to get some luck. And if you get the luck, And now you can spend that on getting bonus dice, getting things, but you're such as, adding another element, avoiding a condition. Generally speaking, luck is good. You want to get as much luck as possible. Getting luck sucks though, because it's like, I'm making my life more miserable. Owie zowie, that sucks. Pivots, on the other hand, are a little bit interesting because pivots are your goals. You want to, pivots are always going to be tied to one of the aspects, and every time you are kind of marching along the pivot, or you're completing a pivot, you're actually getting dice in that particular category. Cool. You can either get luck or an aspect die. That's pretty much the idea. Now, for example, Iroicus wants to destroy Carthage. Anytime Iroicus is doing his best to destroy Carthage, such as routing an enemy force or killing a Carthaginian general, he's going to get duty points. He's going to get duty, he's going to get luck, he's going to do something. However, if he makes strides to explore brand new lands he's never seen before, he's going to get bonus valor, he's going to get bonus abilities. Anytime he wants to, advance himself in society, to own some quality land, he's going to get off. Generally, as long as you are playing to your characters, you're doing good. Awesome. Then they completely fuck this up, and I have no idea why. Because they say, oh, you get strength and uses his, you can use strength or loyalty. I think this is part of another one that he just forgot to write in, personally. Talk about. We're just gonna go shh. Yes. Every time you can effectively buy, you can effectively buy new abilities by spending aspect dice from your aspect pool. So you can get like 1-to-1 if it's dutiful. If you can also get it for that's maybe 2-to-1 if it's not. So, but everything's going to cost 1. So, for example, if I want to, let's say I want to increase my traveler. I want to increase my traveler, and I have 3 duty dice. It's going to cost me 3 to increase it to 3. But if I want to increase it to 4, I'm going to need 4 more duty dice, or I'm going to need a good amount of dice for my honor or my valor pool. You're not going to be leveling up super quickly, but as long as you are handing out the aspect dice consistently, you're going to be able to get things consistently. It's very much on the GM and very much on the players. Be like, give me some aspect dice. Some of this, give me some of this, give me some of this. The more you play to your character, the more shit you're gonna get. That's kind of the basics of it. Now we get to test. Okay, now time for Crazy Town. So, we're going to ignore all this shit, and I'm going to do my best to explain. So, let's say, for example, oh god. Let's say, for example, Iroicus is in a fight. He wants to destroy a Carthaginian. A Carthaginian man who wants to kill him. Oh no! Iro is going to take his trait, which is going to be physical. Going to get 3d6. Because he is a veteran, Centurion, he's going to get a Centurion. He's also going to get 3d6. And he looks around and he's like, hey, I don't really have anything else. So he's going to have a total of 6d6. And let's be conservative, okay? Let's be conservative and say this Carthaginian is backed up by a few guys. So this is Iroicus. But let's say he's got some backup. And in total, they have 96. We're outnumbered. Carthaginians. Now, what's going to happen is that now we get to kind of split up how we want our dice to look like. The GM is always going to go first, and he's going to want to petition his dice to be a little bit better than they currently are. So he chooses to do 2d10, 2d10, bringing 2d10 and 1d6. Iroh, kind of knowing that it's like he's going to have to do a little bit of gambling on this one, Iroicus decides that he's going to split his thing up a little differently. 2d10, 6. He's going to split himself up as 1d10 and 1d10 and 2d6. Okay. Now you may be thinking, okay, Iroicus has a distinct disadvantage. That's pretty bad. But let's say, for example, our target number, because we have a target number in this game, is these guys are dangerous, but they're more dangerous than the idea of how many of them there are. But let's roll. Let's do Iroicus. D10, 2d6. This isn't the most optimal, but bear with me. Okay, we rolled pretty decent. We got a 6. We got a 6d10, 6 on our d10 there, and we got a 6 and a 2, and a 6 and a 2 on our d6s. Now, the Carthage, on the other hand, they're going to roll. Cool. This is a perfect example. They rolled a 10 and a 1 on their d10, and a 1 on their d6. Cool. All right. First round, we're going to see on the d10s first. We're going to have to resolve the d10s. So if we go over here, DM time, create their own hand. Everyone rolls the dice. Cool. Compared, beginning with the largest die. Starting with the highest die result among each die type. So, I see the dice right here. And I'm like, okay, I am the son of Carthage or whatever the fuck. I'm not doing too hot. What I can immediately do is knock my die out to knock Iroh's die out. I've knocked his dice out. I get the advantage because I had a higher die. I get to now put a condition on it. And because I put a condition, let's say, for example, Iroh's got a wound. Got 1 wound. Ow. That really hurt. He conquers one of Iroh's dice. Now, there's only another 1d10, and he can't do anything with it. This goes back down to Iroh, which he has a 6. He conquers one of the other dice. Well, this isn't very good for Carthage. Now they've got a, let's say, for example, they are disorganized. They got disorganized 1. And since they've got a 2 right here, you are allowed to conquer anything that has a higher value. So he's got a higher value. He's able to succeed. He's got the target number of 2. He is successful. He's successfully done it. That is how this game is played. Do we've got any questions? Now is the time to ask them. Because this is... The main thing what you want to do is inflict conditions. You're constantly trying to inflict conditions on the enemy, just as much as they are trying to inflict conditions on you. And the more conditions you do, the more d6s you get to add to your next roll. And you're always going to at least have 1 or 2 of them out there, but you're allowed to get more and more benefits. And everything can be counted as a challenge. Everything has traits. Every single thing you do is going to be like that. Go bigger, build a hand of 2d10. Now, let's say, for example, let's be a little bit cheeky here, and say we change things up a little. Let's say things changed a little bit in our favor. Let's say we didn't want that to. We instead went with let's say we rolled a let's say we rolled a d8 instead. So you go All right, you knock out our die. Oh no, owie zowie, we've lost something. We've lost, we've gained a wound. But then we go on our D8 and we take out one of your dice. And now you've got the disorganized. Now you've got disorganized. Oh no! Now, you don't get to do anything with this leftover dice here. You don't get to do anything because I've burnt through all my dice already. So having fewer but larger dice may be beneficial, but having more dice means that you have a higher chance of rolling better results. It's kind of the idea of like, I have 3d10 to do, I have 3d10 and rolled jack shit. I can't beat anything, and you just rip me a new asshole. But if I have 8d6, you have your 1d10, you've managed to actually kind of get an advantage over me right away, and I can't really do anything to kind of assist with that. I'm kind of fucked, kind of owed. It's a little bit of a weird system, a little bit strange on this one. And every round you keep going, you're getting more and more bonuses. And more little bonuses, little benefits, little things. And mind you, you're all working together on these things. You might be trying to find bonuses, might be trying just to get as many little things as you can. Most of the time when you're working together as a group, everything is going to be kind of those one-on-one challenges. It's not going to be me versus you, it's going to be me versus a singular entity. As you kind of see here, it's conquering a 4 on the D8 with 4 on the D10. But that's one successful at a condition. Everything is building conditions or trying to get rid of conditions. If you get wounds, though, you're going to be starting to die. If you get doom results in the death of the minion or regular. Now, getting any kind of doom means you're going to get a weakness. And sometimes they're going to be really bad. Sometimes they're going to take a lot of time. Anytime you want to remove wounds, that takes a lot more time out of your day. Most other small conditions don't. Hey, I winched my arm wrong. Hey, I got stunned a little bit. People can still get on you. People can get something. They can't really completely fuck your day up. But generally speaking, you don't want to get wounds at all. Now, they kind of tell you about how this is how you build up challenges, this is how you build concepts, and when they kind of say like, hey, for the unruly mob, there may be a small mob, so the concept's rank is could be 1, while they might have the element of bunch of toughs at 4, and a leaderless at 16, how the mob is totally out of anyone's control. Pretty much anytime you are ranking things, you're ranking it based on these difficulties. So, fighting a bunch of Carthaginians, if you want to convince them, they could be like 16, they are never going to listen to you. Because guess fucking what? You are, you're Roman, of course they're not going to listen to you. However, if they are, untrained, they might be, they might be good. They might be good, not great, but they might be good. If there's a ton of them, there might be even great. If a ton of soldiers, they might be exceptional. But maybe you want to do something different. Hey, we've put them in a pass. They can't use their numbers anymore. Yeah, they want you to build up a lot of... They want you to build up more and more things. To, get benefits and bonuses and problems. And this is like what a challenge will like. Turn on your boss, social 1, mental 2, loyalty to the boss, and honorable. Done. Most of them are pretty simple, and most of them are pretty easy to understand. A lot of this book really does boil down to, outside the beautifully white look to things, is You're going to be ranking people on importance. It's going to give you a lot of explanation of like how to make things work. And this is even an entire section of like, this is just how this guy plays. It's like how he wants to play and how he's going to tell you how to play properly. Like, hey, if you want to do this, you can. You don't need to. Here's how you run a military campaign. Here's how you run this. Here's how you run that. The other guys, yes, he does cite things like the A-Team and shit like that. Like, due to the realism of such game, military campaigns are too real. One plays RPG to escape reality. I apply it more to the grunts. I would never suggest playing a soldier fighting for survival in the trench of the First World War. There are such ways of games be blah blah blah. But yeah, generally speaking, it's like, yeah, don't play stupid. But yeah, as you can kind of see here, this is the late Republic. These are the various methods of campaign. He goes into graphic fucking detail about every single one, including things like the Merriest Reforms. And you're gonna like it. You're gonna talk about. You want to talk about the Civil Wars? Yeah, let's talk about Civil Wars, baby. Hell yeah, Roman Civil War. Woohoo! You are dealing with the. You are dealing with the Principe when it was the Roman Empire in 45 BCE. Oh boy, it's Roman Empire time. Woo! But yeah, no, that's kind of the crisis of the 3rd century. Yeah, things just going wrong for you. Various bibliographies. Do I like Centurion? I think Centurion's kind of just a weird game. Like, that's kind of the thing with it. So I think Centurion's a weird game. And I think being a weird game has its own benefits. And I think people who go into this game being like, yeah, this is gonna be like a Centurion fighting RPG. It's gonna be like me leading a bunch of Roman soldiers and like fighting Gauls and shit. No, it's not about that. It's kind of this story game, role-playing adventure, more about being exceptional people in a situation. I would say it's pretty decent. Like, I'm gonna roam. I am roaming. Romulus, probably. If you're going into this game thinking that it's going to be like a cool and exciting game, not really. You're playing effectively the A-Team in an episode of. Actually, you want to know a really good example of what this game is? This is a CW show where it's the CW Roman show. Like, you damn well know they don't have the budget for like a full like fight scene, but they're gonna pretend like the fight scene's going on, but they're only gonna show in like a dozen people at any one point. But it's like, oh well, you guys are the guys behind the line and you're doing cool things. That's how I'm going to explain it. Or for you Brits out there, for people who aren't American, your local really cheaper TV station, like cheap BBC shows, or like, again, the CW is just like kind of the one I always associate with, where it's like the budget's there, just not the largest, but it doesn't need to be large. If you kind of go into that with that idea of Centurion, it's fun. It has a good idea too. Some good ideas. Most likely, Centurion might get a video. That's a big maybe. And the main reason is like, there really isn't much to talk about. So I might but it's like, there's enough to talk about that I can't really put it in like a rapid fire. But that, my friends, is the curious case of the Elder Era. I think history has a plethora of things that we can exploit. I think history has plenty of people, plenty of time periods that we just haven't really seen or people have really talked about for a variety of. I think the main reason is, education. People just don't know about these time periods or don't think they can care about them. Oh, well, I need my punk fantasy or whatever. But I think there is room for more interesting and more nuanced discussion about elder eras, about even down to things such as the role-playing in role-playing in the Roman Empire, role-playing in the Bronze Age, or even before that. I hope anyway, we could see more that aren't just like, it's RuneQuest, but because I enjoy RuneQuest. I think RuneQuest is a pretty good game. I just wish there was more I wish there was more than just RuneQuest when people asked for that. Or Mithras for that example, for that lot. I think having more games in it would be good. And I think having more popular games would be fun, because popular things are fun. So, it's that time, everybody. It's time for our favorite session of cock and ball torture, the one we do every week. Like every time I go on here, I just get more sad, and it's like, oh boy, I sure do love being fucking miserable, because heaven knows I'm miserable now. Stroke. I don't know why Kickstarter has a fucking stroke anytime I wanted to do something, but hey. So, oh, that's a good start. That's a really good start, everybody. Let's check our saved projects. Army Men, our TRPG, has succeeded. Xenesis is not doing too good. And of course, how can we forget the Cobalt Press Black Flag RPG? Of course. Mouse Veil succeeded with 15 backers. Fuck off. Break succeeded, no shit. Yeah, alright, let's do it. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters? We gonna have a Break review, everybody. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Break when it comes out. Mostly, the thing is, what I would want to do is I would want to do, like, Break, the Cloudbreaker Alliance game. And I think there was another one, which is like, we're an anime, JRPG, RPG thing. I would want to do all three. I would want to do them all at once, being like, let's make the same character between them and see what, like, the differences are at, like, a strictly, like, mechanical level. And rest assured, if I open fucking Breakup and it's just D20 and there's nothing else, I'm gonna kill someone. I'm gonna kill myself, probably. Okay, so, let's do it. Morkborg! I love Morkborg! Oh boy, Morkborg! I love Morkborg! I love Morkborg! It's so much fun! It's so much fun! I love Morkborg! I love it! My favorite! 5e. Oh, we've got a new one. Oh, hello! Hello! 5e. Renegade City. Ooh, that's a font choice, alright. 5e. Maria de Jesus! Monster Girl Mazube. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see you from Maria de Jesus. Blatant infringement. Let's see. Oh, no. Let's see. Yes, of course. The official Apex Legends board game. Oh, boy. That's what we need. The Apex Legends war game. Woo! This is DCC. Looks like a board game. Woo! Mork Borging, everybody. It's always Mork Borgo Clock. Oh yeah, Dead Cell's getting a board game. We got a new anime card game. Hell yeah, I love anime card games. They're my favorite. I love anime card games. Chainsaw Wizards. Nope, that's an OSR thing. Morkborg. I love Mork. Like, Mork Manual, the classic fantasy hack for Morkborg. Like, I don't... Something seems wrong with this equation, and I don't know what it is. Something is incorrect. Let's see. Dystopia Rising looks like a board game. Dice hoarding, alright. And this original Luncheons and Dragonflies, alright. Okay. Cool. We can do this. Chief Worker Placement Roll and Write game, that's... Ooh, that hasn't really... Oh, there hasn't really been much. Let's, Master ready table quickly by using Cody Mates. His guidance and partial rules clarification. The fuck? That's not how any of that works. Oh, it's a 5e game. Oh, I love 5e. 5e is my favorite. I love 5e. Oh my god, I love 5e. It's the best game ever created by mankind. It's the world's greatest role-playing game. It's the only role-playing game. There's been no other role-playing game ever created by mankind except D&D 5th edition. You may say, what about all these other games, Notepad? They aren't real. No game is real. Only 5. There will be no other thing than 5e. No gods, no masters, only 5e. But Notepad, I don't want to play. Notepad, I don't want to play 5e. I want to play a fun game. No, you don't get to have fun. There is no more games other than 5e. 5e is beginning and 5e is no. There's nothing else, and there never will. I remember Broken Compass. That was a... Okay, let's go through. So, Sentima, Sundered Wilds, crafting and survival. Looks like everyone's bug. Rules light system. All right. Ooh, key dookie. That's not a bug person. That's just a man who looks like a bug. There we go. That's what I want. Ugh. 3d20s. Oh, wait. You'll roll 3d20s against a target number, achieving greater success, saving more stamina for every success you roll. Okay, I mean, that's... You know what? I will keep an eye on this. You're asking for a little bit more money than I think. Wait. 5e Monster Manual? What? That's like this is a completely different game. Like, are you literally including like a 5e Monster Manual? Fucking goblins. All of you belong in the rope. Get nailed to a cross, and maybe you'll find justice. The fuck is Dratelia? God gave Moses Morkborg when he climbed down the mountain, but on the way down, Moses lost 20 of the 22 tablets. Criminal role-playing game. Alright, let's... Ooh, dokie then. Well, the consortium, large and powerful. Challenges exist within your own organization. They're trying to go for, like... I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to do like the Grand Theft Auto thing. Yeah, wait a second. They're trying to do like the Grand Theft Auto thing. It looks a little bit goofy, personally. It looks a little goofy. What have you done? Tell me more about you. Never heard of that one. Never heard of that one. Never heard of that one. Never heard of that one either. Never heard of that one either. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to do some looking around. When in doubt, let's when in doubt, Luca, my boy. And he's a Floridian, no less. Let's see if we Luca might be able to. Yeah, this looks a little. I see what he's trying to do for the look, but let's look at Apex Legends, the board game, the role-playing game from Poland. Why is it from Poland? What? Oh, what? Innovative. Wait. Ooh. Oh, ho, ho. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I love. Oh wow, look everyone, it's Bangalore. Hi Bangalore. It's Bangalore, everybody. We like Bangalore. Look at it's Wraith. One likes Wraith. Look everyone, it's Wraith o'clock. Yeah, it's a fucking Polish board game. Hi, Caustic. I mean, I guess, like, the idea is, like, Nox got, like, yeah, because it looks like everything has to be unique. Because it's like a card holder. And you have to, like, carry everything. It's like, oh, here's all the things there, because all of them are unique. You gotta remember that. Jesus Christ. How much? 950 people already pledged to €55. Fuck. Let's do Dead Cells. Dead Cells. It's Dead Cells. Hello, Dead Cells. Your popular indie roguelite carry-on thingy game. That's kind of... I mean, that's cool. I don't know about that one, but alright, squad. Go get him. Oh yeah. No, I don't want to go to Poland. Fuck Dead Cells and the fake communist bullshit. This is a board game? Yes, it's a board game. This is a Fabled Sagas, is a anime style trading card game. Oh god, hello Force of Will, it's been a while. We pride ourselves immensely on never using AI-generated artwork. Wow, that's super cool. And you made a fucking anime, like... See, the thing is, to me, it's the fact that you've already stated we've never used AI artwork is telling me, have you used AI artwork? Like, Use your favorite guild and clash with unique characters. Like, God, I can't read that. That's a lot of information on a single card that's kind of hard to read, personally. Like, I get the idea, like, we want to make sure that you can see everything. But on the other hand, like, I need to, like, see the text of the card. Oh, wow. Collectability. Oh, I don't like that one. Oh, boy. Yay. Fucking scarcity and reports. Oh. Oh boy, it's a manga. Who's making that? People from LA, of course. Already made all this fucking money. They need 75 grand. They're only 3,000. They're over 300,000. People say I'm too negative when it comes to fucking card games. Look it up. It's hilarious. That's literally just co-op corporate structure. Fucking Rolex does it. If you want to get laid so bad, stop being dead. Yeah, okay, let's, high adventure. Yay, longer campaign, multiple in-game, okay. Hey, the Knight of the Red Fang of the Deep End. Oh, come on, give me something to work with here. Oh, well, it's the Clash game. We went over this game already. That looks oh, well, that actually explains why he was promoting it so much. It's using it as a same system. Doesn't look like it's the, well, actually it is the same guy. Yeah, John Matthew DeFogie. So this is just his other game, I'm assuming. Yeah, I think this is just his other game that he's making. Cool. That looks neat. Give me that. Wait. Want to play Go? Oh. Oh. Wait, is this AI art? Like AI art. See, that's always one of those things being like, is that a... Like, is this an AI artwork or is it not? Yeah, I mean, you needed so little money for this. I'm a little bit like... It doesn't state it. Look, I don't... Again, it's to the point where it's like, is this bullshit or is this an actual one? I'm like, I'm not insulting you. I can't speak Spanish. Luncheons and dragonflies. Woodlands of the Virginia, U.S. Oh boy, Virginia. Welcome to Virginia. Oh, D4. E. Wait, adamantine? What did you sell? What did you make? But wait, what? Wait, what did you make? Adam Hancock. Tell me more about what you made, DTRPG. Everyone, let's go to DTRPG and see what this man made. Adam Hancock. Gonna tell me? Oh, that's not a good start. Eldritch Sands. I'm gonna click on this. Demiverse campaign setting. Fantasy campaign setting. Supers and sorcery, those who wander. Electrum. Those who wander, essential rule. No. Those who Eldritch Sand, 5th. No. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. What? Is he lying? Got a platinum here, but this is an adamantine. Blue plunge for house building. That's Electrum. He's clearly stated that he has done. Okay, we got a platinum. No. Coppers. No, that's nothing. That's a copper. Platinum. There's another platinum. We've got platinums. Where is the adamantine? Tell me where the fucking adamantine is. We got a platinum. We've got a platinum. We've got an electrum. We've got a nothing. Editing work? Was it this that you did? Do we have an adamantine in here? I better see a fucking adamantine one of these days, or I'm gonna be a little bit cucked. That says silver, bitch. I know. Don't even fucking lie to me. Copper, electrum, copper. Is this motherfucking lying to me? Is this motherfucking cuck bitch lying to me? I do not like being lied to. There's gotta be one. Mithril, we've got a mithril. Mithril's good. Platinum, electrum, silver. That's not even on. That's electrum. That's a chasing my dream. What? This motherfucker is lying to me. Making a blender rough and putting a rendered AI painting thing. Well, yeah, because if we go to like Adam Hancock here, like if we really go to like Adam, it says adamantine best-selling author. We go to Adam Hancock. This is him. This is clearly him. And I'm seeing nothing adamantine through with Adam Hancock as. I mean, maybe if we go to Adam Hancock, like he's got to pop up. Like, unless he's like adding everything together. Like, is he doing that maybe? Is that the point? Because I'm like, yeah, technically that is correct. Like, you've released a shit ton of 5e stuff, my friend. My friend and my brother in Christ, you released 5e stuff. That's not very impressive. Go fuck off. But it's like, if he's adding everything together, then yes, he's clearly hit He's clearly hit adamantine like 17 times over. Because platinum, let's remember the metal tiers. Like, the metal tiers on DTRPG. Like, Mithril's 2,000 plus, Platinum's 1,000 plus. He's got plenty of Platinums, he's got a few Mithrils in there. I don't see anything with a strict adamantine, though. Did I miss something from... I might have missed something. Maybe we... Kingdom building? Platinum, right there, Platinum. A Platinum. So... Mr. Hancock, I believe you're lying. I believe you may be not telling the truth. Unless he's, like, hiding it in, like, one of these. No, that doesn't make any sense. Like, he's hiding it in, like, a weird bundle. Like, that would be weird if he's hiding it in a bundle. Like, oh, wow, yeah, I'm an adamantine bestseller for a fucking game. I'm an adamantine bestseller, and I've only sold, 150 copies of a 95-cent fucking manual. Copper. What are these? See, now I gotta know. I must understand, like... Jesus Christ almighty. No, I think he is honest to God lying. Like, the thing is, it's either he's lying. Like, here's the thing. Either he's lying, or it's somewhere in here, because they have their own... Because the DM's Guild actually has its own metal tiers. Far more than us. Than the actual... Like, unless he is like some... Wait, no, right here. Elfin Orc had a little baby. That's it. Even though I clicked on it, I put it somewhere wrong. So this is his adamantine best-selling book. I thought he was lying. No, he's just made the thing. He just made a supplement for having sex in D&D. Instead of D&D's bioessentialist approach, the title separates biological traits and cultural traits in two categories: heritage and upbringing. You've only fucking worked on D&D. Fuck you. Fucking. Oh my god, I'm so heckin' Valerito. Oh my goodness, I'm an adamantine. You sold 5e product. The hate in your voice when you say it. The funny thing, it's about fucking. That's because let's not call a spade a spade. Like lunch is gonna be a D20 system. No, it's a D4. It's a weird D4 system. He's actually trying to make something that isn't that. He's legitimately attempting to create something. The problem is, if you notice this is what he's doing. Like, oh, look at this. I'm an adamantine best-selling tabletop role-playing designer. He's not! He's fucking not! He's a 5e developer! That's like saying, oh man, I'm an accomplished race car driver. I drive go-karts. It's like, no, you dumb motherfucker. No, you cockmongling mongoloid mother stupid fuck. Oh man, I'm a professional race car driver. I drive go-karts on the weekend. Fuck you. Jesus. Fucking God. Fucking. Half-breed. Comes out. I don't fucking know. Like, It's like, I get the idea, trigger warning, 5e content creator. It's not even like the idea, it's like, yeah, it's like calling yourself a game dev when all you do is Minecraft mods. And the thing is, like, I can respect Minecraft modders at least. I've seen them pull off some bullshit before. I've seen them pull off some amazing shit in Minecraft out of fucking nothing. 5e though, it's like, oh man, we replaced how characters work, and I bet you dimes for fucking dollars, I'm gonna open up that fucking book, and it's gonna be like, you get a +2 to your strength. Wow, I'm amazed. Because if you change any more about how the fucking character system works, it doesn't work. Oh no! 122 fucking million downloads later. Every fucking 5e player never fucking uses it. I would be amazed to see the number of people who actually use that thing. But let's be honest, it's not about using it. It never is. Fucking Jesus Christ. Man, I'm gonna bet the orc fucking book is Tales not having getting an STT. Let's see. This is the Evil Genius games. We've talked about Evil Genius the games quite a bit on this place already. Fun fact, the guy behind Evil Genius Games right here, oh god, holy shit, there's pretty much a David Scott here. David Scott actually works for Amazon. He is a Amazon, fun fact, he's an Amazon VP. He makes a shit ton of money. He lives in the Valley. Yeah, he's doing a supplement book. This is part of their, like, entire thing. And I'm gonna make a wild bet that every single one of these, we're going to see about 4 more of them in the next, about probably a year and a half. We're going to see more of these, and they're all going to make a shit ton of money. Every single one of them. They're already done. This is a 5e game. Don't forget that. It's effectively 5e. But we're going to see about another one of these every couple months, and they're going to rake in money, and I'm going to want to fucking kill myself. God fucking damn it. This is just a bunch of furry shit. Oh, come on. It's just a furry game. Ugh. Okay. Alright, Outgun Core Book. Cool. Alright. Project Medusa. Remade one-shot. Quick Start Guide. Outgun. Director's Cut. Equal symbols. Action die. Wait a second. So it's poker dice. Fun fact, it's poker dice. It's literally what it is. Sorry, Scribble, you're getting cucked. Like, some people have already bought the €4.99 version. I mean, people like have bought the €149 version for a lot of things. It's made its money like 5 times over. Ooh, little mice. Who have you done? What have you done? Household. Broken Compass. Yeah, it's Broken Compass. That's what they're doing. And I'm seeing one right now because they've got one going on for this. I've heard of Broken Compass. People keep telling me about it. I mean, color me interested. If it goes well, I might go over it. I might not. I don't know. Looks interesting. I will keep an eye on it. It's made it made a good deal of fucking money. It's an Italian game. Ah, yes, Never Going Home. Do we have the final one finally? And you know, is this the final one? Because they've been milking this shit for a while. They've been milking this shit for a while, fun fact. People are like, I love Never Going Home. It's like, it's the same shit. It's not a very, like, in-depth game. Yeah, mission written. I am not a big, like, fan of this game. I'm not a big fan of it because it's kind of a... I don't much care for the system. It doesn't really activate any almonds inside of me. It's like, oh, we're an art forward indie game. Fuck you and your art forward. I hate art. I hate artists. All artists die. Every artist deserves the cross. Too good at the Disney style. A furry artist will never be redundant. Someone needs to draw Sonic X Raichu reverse inflation anal form. No. Funny thing is, the only mobile ads I see can be made by humans. Humans just ultra basic Korean art. You will like the Korean art style. Yeah, introducing Fablecraft. Yes, this is one of those things that I kind of just find fascinating, because Fablecraft is a video game that's also a tabletop game. Yeah, it's a tabletop thing. It's like, oh, it's a perfect intersection of RPGs and video games. Wow, Felicia Day, that's cool. Go get him, Felicia Day. Forget about D&D style virtual tabletops. Fablecraft is better. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Right, another platform for talented human artists and content creators. The marketplace is still in development. We'll launch with a select group of artists on iron on details. We will not be allowing the sale of AI-generated assets on our platform. The weird thing there is, what are you doing? Because, like, what I get, here's the thing. Here's the base game. You're going to buy the game. You're going to get 25 whole landscapes. Wow, with lighting options. 16 hero portraits. Wow. 4 whole NPCs. 4 NPCs, guys. 30 monsters. 50 inventory items. Oh my god. Oh my god. I fucking hate it. Like, the weird part about this is the weird part. This is legitimately like a video game. And I wonder if anyone's commenting on the fact that this is a video game. Gateway for like... Yeah, like, is there any intention to include different rule sets? Like, just free roll different size dice like D20? Great question. Fable uses its own unique system. That said, our eventual goal is expanded any sort of rules the community would like to use. This is something that would have a much later date, however. They're not going to happen. This won't happen. Like... I don't know why people are like, this seems amazing, but it's like, dude, actually, they have a subscription? Fucking what? Extra storage for homebrew assets? The fuck? Q2 424. Closed beta, finalize our pricing model. Integrated marketplace where people can buy self-contained adventure, individual content items like monsters, maps, 5-session adventure, along with ours will retail for about $20. Bitch, I can buy like 5 games for $20. I can get all of them for free too. Like, yeah, they're gonna have to pay artists to sell directly on our marketplace, and we'll work closely with them on pricing. Like, why don't I just... Here's, like, this would be my thing. Jort, if you're listening, we can make some fucking money. Like... like the weird, like, I don't, what is your plan here? Because it reminded me of, this is Pericle. Like, we talked about Pericle before. I did an entire thing talking about Pericle. This is the same thing, and I expressed some very deep concerns about it. Because this is a game that you must actually play online. And this is going to be like a video game that's like, oh, all of our content's going to come out later. And all of our content, you get only like a certain amount of stuff. Like you want to know the key advantage of all of this shit? Of this stupid fucking hobby? You want to know what the real advantage is, people? You really want to know? Give me 1 second. I'll tell it. I'll show you what the real advantage is. Hey GM, I want to play a dwarf. What do you mean you want to play a dwarf? I want to play a dwarf? Playing a dwarf fighter? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. And you know what we can do? We can play a fucking dwarf fighter. And we can work with it. And I can make things work. One of the main disadvantages of D&D, you want to know what the main disadvantages of all these fucking video games are? I can't go left. If the game does not want me to go left, I won't go left. It will do everything in its power to say, you can't. And if I try to make it go left, guess what? I break the game. And it says, get the fuck back on the right track. And I can tell you exactly what's going to happen with this thing. They're going to desperately need to get as many people as possible in there to do it. This took me about 30 seconds, mind you. It's so lacking in features. Like, yeah, because the thing is, like, everybody wants to get on the VTT thing. Every single person wants on the VTT thing because they're seeing Roll20 run away with money. So they were like, everyone wants to make their own VTT. Because that's what they're really proposing here. They're not proposing a brand new, exciting Fablecraft role-playing game. No. What they're proposing here is a video VTT that you have to buy on Steam. Because, yeah, you're going to have to download this on fucking Steam. It's like, oh, what are you fucking doing? No, what are you doing? Stop it. No. This is our one advantage, you moron. You bloody moron. You nincompoop. Let's, I hate it. Erebus version 1.3. Cool. It's a lot of fucking nothing. Yeah. Nope, go away, itch. Go away, itch.io. I don't need you anymore. But yeah, I'll call it there. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. I usually write games for fun, but today we went over a bunch of games. This next week, going to be a little hectic. My mom is getting her knee surgery done on Tuesday, so there will only be one video out this week. It is going to be the brains video there. It's going to be Notepad's little classroom on the brains. Hopefully people like the brains video. It's going to be a little bit weird, mostly because it's talking about kind of a more esoteric topic. Hopefully people enjoy that one. That'll be out on Friday. As for content-wise, Monday, we will probably stream earlier. But on Monday, we'll probably stream earlier. We might even stream tomorrow, depending on how things go, depending on the situation. We might stream but we're going to be streaming on Monday, most likely, about the the continuation of There's a Guild for that. The goal is to get it done by on Monday, but things happen, you know how it goes. We'll play a lot of things by ear there, so thank you all for watching. Hope you all have fun time. I will see you all at a later time.